It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up in morning, another community devastated after yesterday's shooting at a bank in Louisville, Kentucky.
This was an evil act of targeted violence.
Vigils being held across the city as investigators reveal new details about the victims and the heroes. We'll have the very latest. Then journey home. This morning, a seal pup rescued far from home off the shores of Bermuda will be released back into the ocean.
Oh, he's doing the wave.
We're there to capture this special moment you do not want to miss. Plus, Jennifer Garner live, the beloved actress, producer, and social media chef, joins us in Studio 1A. She'll open up to us about her busy schedule and her new TV series. And Spoiled Rotten. Fans of the HBO series Succession devastated after a surprise storyline goes viral. The debate over spoilers and why many are saying the show is now ruined for them. Today, Tuesday, April 11th, 2023.
Sending love to my mom, watching in Dallas, Texas. Mother-son trip from Fort Lauderdale.
From Monterey, California.
Today is my dad's birthday.
How do our friends at Trinity Church
In Virginia Beach.
On my senior trip from Valverde, Texas.
From South Concord, Vermont.
Celebrating Sutton's birthday.
Left snowy Duluth, Minnesota.
To visit New York.
Good morning to my granny.
We love you.
Spending spring break with Savannah and Hoda.
From Pewaukee, Wisconsin.
Gooey chocolate coconut caramel bars from Half Baked Harvest. Her name is Lola. Does a 9x13 Pyrex just come with becoming an adult? I don't remember buying this.
All right, we're back with one of Jennifer Garner's many, many talents. Along with being the queen of the kitchen on social media, she also happens to be an executive producer and star of the latest series, and this is hot. It's called The Last Thing He Told Me. It's on Apple TV+.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Based on Laura Dave's best-selling book, Garner plays Hannah Hill, a woman who teams up with her teenage stepdaughter to track down her husband after he mysteriously disappears. Jennifer, good morning.
Good morning. We love
So
you.
much to discuss. I mean, I just got to watch the first episode last night. It's like dun, dun, dun. Lots of suspense.
Did you kind of want to watch the second? I did.
Please tell me. If my alarm wasn't going off at 3 a.m., I would have been watching the second.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
And
Great.
you were a big fan of the book.
I was a huge fan of the book. I loved Laura Dave's. Laura Dave's writing is propulsive, it's exciting, and it's emotional and very human at the center. So every at the end of every couple of chapters, she turns everything on a dime, and you kind of go, "What just happened?" And the series, I hope, makes good on that promise.
So many things to love about you. I love that you wanted this part so badly. You're like, I want this part so badly. I'm going to write to the people and tell them how badly I want it. You didn't just raise your hand and say, pick me. You went further.
I did. I put my kids to bed. I brewed some coffee, and I stayed up all night writing impassioned letters about. I don't do this really very often, but I really feel called to play this role. I love it so much, and
Why
here's
did you feel
why.
called? Yeah.
I don't know. It's really a story about motherhood. It's a love story between a mother and her stepdaughter, or a woman becoming a mother and a child becoming a stepdaughter, and how you can find family no matter what, and you can, they're adversarial in the beginning, and how they become partners in crime.
Now, did I read that Julia Roberts was first attached to this role? So,
And
but then scheduling thing happened, and you were like, "See you later, Julia." No,
I was just, if Julia Roberts wants to do something, then you just are like, you can see. But once she wasn't available, I thought, before my colleagues and peers know about this, I have to get in there and go hardcore, and it worked.
Hot tip.
Yeah. I think we have a clip. Do we have a clip?
Yeah, do we have a clip? Let's roll a clip.
Let's watch it.
Or you'll just show the baby seal.
We should probably get going. Bailey.
Was there someone here? I thought I heard you talking to someone outside.
I was just taking out the recycling, and I ran into Mrs. Hahn. Is there something you want to talk about?
Nope.
teen angst all over the
And
show.
Gowrie Rice, right there.
Oh, she's incredible.
Yeah.
You have 3 teenagers.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I'm sure your teens are different, but did you kind of draw on that teen mom instinct?
I'm familiar. I mean,
Yeah.
my teens are pretty great, so I can't really toss them in their mind. So it's not that same. It's a different
scenario.
Different scenario,
Yes.
different friction. But I am familiar with the being deeply embarrassing. Yes.
One thing that I do love, this kid was on her phone, and one thing we want to emulate that you're doing with your kids, Savannah and I were talking about this, is keeping phones away from our kids.
Social media.
Social media.
Oh.
We're like bowing. How do you do
How do
it?
you do it without them hating you?
I just said to my kids, show me the articles that prove that social media is good for teenagers, and then we'll have the conversation.
Oh my gosh.
Find
Facts.
scientific evidence that matches what I have that says that it's not good for teenagers, then we'll chat.
And how do they feel at this point?
My eldest is grateful.
Wow.
See,
And
you
we'll
just got to be in
see.
the long haul. Though.
I mean, it's a long haul. I have a couple more to go, so just knock on wood. We'll see if I really hang in there.
Well, listen, that is very inspirational. We talk
Yes.
about this all the time. Our kids are little, but it's like we're just like hold back. How long can we hold
Yeah, how
back
long
before
can we
you
hold back?
even go down that road?
Just don't.
Yeah.
I
Just
love
don't.
that.
Just say
I'm
no.
I'm into that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about your cooking. Your pretend cooking show. Can I just say something? Hold
Yeah,
this. We have
yeah, I
something
got it.
for you from us. We think you should have a cooking show, and we want you to know that if you want to come on Today Food, we have an apron for you.
This is legit. This is
I
a
don't
real
think you have
cooking
time
show.
to cook with us today, but will you come back and cook with us?
I would cook with you anytime. But
Okay, we
you
can't
know,
cook, just so you know.
I'm not I can barely cook. I'm not a pretty baker, but I do love to do it, and I do love to celebrate recipes that I love that I feel like other people might like out there.
Can you imagine the traction? Can you imagine the traction that these recipes have gotten? Is that crazy when you think about it?
I don't know. I mean, the whole thing is crazy. It really is just, I'm such a fan of Ina Garten.
Yeah.
And so I really did just think, oh, this is fun. I want to do what she does.
Oh, there you are.
It is.
You're besties.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you for having that. Oh, hi, Ina.
Oh, I love it. Jen, you're so fun.
love
You're
you.
coming back at the 4th hour, right, to chat?
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
yeah. You're not done with me yet.
I gotta say, the first 2 episodes of The Last Thing He Told Me are streaming this Friday in Apple TV+. What a great, you know what? Make those Snickers you made on your pretend cooking show. Eat
Perfect.
them, watch
Stress
it.
eating.
So good. Okay.
All right, and we'll see you again in the 4th hour, along with the author. Laura Dave's going to be with us too.
Laura Dave,
All right.
you're gonna
Are you interested in whether the seal made it to the ocean?
We've got to see the seal.
Okay, all right.
By the way,
wait a minute.
wait. That's
Word
the
is
ocean.
that the seal is in there, but how can we know?
We don't know for sure. We're just saying
proof.
We're going to show proof.
Or is that just the ocean? Trust us, Jen. The seal is in there.
Trust us, Jen. Back now, 8:36 with Your Health. April is Autism Awareness Month. And this morning, we are getting a look at what some are saying is a game changer when it comes to the process of being diagnosed.
NBC's Blaine Alexander joins us with that story. Blaine, good morning. Well, guys, good morning to you. You know, this really is such a concern for so many parents. Right now, the wait time to get an autism diagnosis could be as long as 3 years. So that means a delay in treatment, which could have a lasting impact on development. So that's why for so many parents, the difficulty is not just the diagnosis, but the long journey to get there.
Cheese!
There's just something about 4-year-old Francisco Fernandez that immediately draws you in. Today, he is thriving like any kid his age.
It's a dog.
But getting here has been a tough road.
Francisco, he's very unique. He has a lot of amazing things going for him. There are also a lot of challenges that he has.
From the time he was 1 year old, Janeka had a feeling her son might have autism. But to get help, Francisco would need an official diagnosis. Turns out, just getting an appointment was nearly impossible.
We were on easily about 3 or 4 wait lists.
And that's just to get an appointment, an evaluation.
Yes.
Before Janeka knew it, 2 years had passed. Still, no diagnosis.
Was it at times a feeling of hopelessness?
It was. It didn't matter how many times we called. Did someone cancel? Did we move up on the wait list?
She is far from alone. According to the CDC, 1 in 36 children has autism. To get a diagnosis, children must be evaluated by a specially trained pediatrician or psychologist, which can take hours to complete. Dr. Wendy Ross, the director of Jefferson Health's Autism Center, says a national shortage of providers means tens of thousands of children are left waiting each year.
Some people wait upwards of 3 years to get an autism diagnosis.
That can lead to a delay in treatment, something Dr. Ross calls deeply concerning.
When children are younger, their brains have more neuroplasticity, so the interventions they get at that point generally are hugely impactful. So when you miss those developmental windows, a lot of time is lost.
And so if you have to wait months, even years, that could have a lasting impact.
That can have extremely long-lasting impact.
Janeka worried that critical window for help was closing for her son. But then she saw a Facebook ad for As You Are, a company offering virtual autism evaluations. On a whim, she signed up.
It was actually the best decision that I have made in my life.
As You Are is a relatively new company created during the COVID-19 pandemic by 30-year-old Kayla Wagner.
I knew the wait time just to see me as a clinician. And so when the pandemic struck, it just got longer and longer. And so I knew that I had to do something.
As You Are uses specially trained pediatricians to conduct robust evaluations just like a traditional screening. The only difference, it's all virtual. Several studies have found doctors can reliably identify autism through telehealth evaluations, with the exception of children with more subtle symptoms for whom an in-person evaluation may still be necessary. Janeka says after years of waiting, by doing virtual screening, it took just weeks for Francisco to be seen. Now, with an official diagnosis in hand, Francisco is finally eligible for the therapy he needs.
I'm sorry.
It's why remembering that first appointment still brings tears to his mother's eyes.
When you think back on that moment as his mother, did you finally feel some hope?
Yes. I felt like I was being heard. It was a really powerful moment for me.
Such a relief for any parent to finally get those answers. Now, As You Are is currently operating in 10 states, but they are rapidly growing, and their goal is to be operational in all 50 states by the end of the year. Now, it doesn't just stop at a diagnosis, guys. They provide what they call care sidekicks, essentially a person who sticks with that family and helps them with insurance coverage, helps them find services in their area, basically somebody who just stays by their side throughout that entire journey, guys.
All right, that story's going to touch a lot of families.
Yeah.
We know that
Absolutely.
much. All right, Blaine, thank you for that.
Well, still ahead this morning. Let's go shopping, shall we?
Yeah.
We've got a new batch of bestsellers. Chassis Post is here with a great way to protect yourself from April showers, not that washing machine. That's the next line. And a spring cleaning laundry hack to help save you time and money. But first, this is Today on NBC. Go check. If only we had umbrellas that matched our Oh, we do! Guys, April showers are on their way. Today, bestsellers are here to help. Hi, Chassis. Chassis Post is here right now. Products that consumers love, doing the honors. And remember, you can scan our QR code to start shopping right away. I got distracted because I love this umbrella so much.
Isn't it so fabulous?
It's so cute, but you said it's a reverse umbrella.
Yes. Okay, Savannah, it looks like a mild-mannered umbrella,
Yes,
but
it does.
check this out.
Okay.
When you close it, it closes inside out. So this is really cool because you know how a traditional umbrella, it closes just downwards?
Yeah, and then gets all over you,
yes,
all the wet.
Water gets all over you and the floor. Not with this one.
Wow.
This solves that problem.
And then you just shake it out.
You
Okay,
just
these are
shake it
cute.
out. Aren't they cute? And here's another thing I love about it. See this C handle?
Yes.
You can put your arm through it.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's...
carry your umbrella hands-free.
I like that.
Right? Your
text.
phone. Yes.
You're texting.
So great. Around
You're
$22.
reversing.
And so many cute.
Very cute
colors,
little
right?
colors and stuff. Okay, I like that.
Okay. Savannah, I'm really excited about the spring dress. This is probably one of my favorite Amazon finds ever.
Okay.
This boho chic, it starts at around $25.
Yeah.
And it's as comfortable as your nightgown. I mean, feel that,
Very
right?
cozy. And does it have a lot of colors and patterns?
So many. This is just 3 of tons and tons of colors and patterns. And this is a throw on and go. You're going to wear it all spring and summer
Yeah,
long.
you could go to the shops. You could throw it over a bathing suit, whatever.
Exactly. I just think it is one of the cutest things, and I love it, love it, love it.
Okay.
But now,
$25.99.
Yeah,
Okay.
around $25, so you can't beat it. Okay, so we all need a grab-and-go bag, right? I love, this one actually, matches your ensemble
great.
as well.
Well,
I love.
if you insist.
I love a crossbody because, again, hands-free convenience, right?
Yes.
Oh, look. I mean, Savannah.
As one does. Here we go.
As one does. And this comes in all the fabulous hot spring colors.
Yep.
So big trends are the hot pink, the Kelly green. You're going to be seeing these it colors everywhere.
Very cute.
And it's under $20.
Well, you know what else? You can put a lot of stuff in here.
A lot of stuff. And look how cute this lining is. Even the lining is adorable.
Oh,
Check it out. This little black
very
and white
cute.
whoops, stripe. But I had to show you guys. And
Yes.
I love all the little triple zippers. So
It's
this
cute.
is a great little bag.
And I hate carrying a purse, so a crossbody is the way to go.
Hands-free, right? Okay. What is your moisturizing regime?
It's not where it needs to be, Chassis.
Mine either.
I have like scales.
I will tell you
Yes.
why. I mean, when you have to slather your legs and body with lotions
Yes.
and then wait for it to dry,
Yeah.
I just almost never do it. But this is a new moisturizing trend that I am obsessed with.
What?
And I'm not alone. Spray moisturizer, Savannah.
Okay.
This is Vaseline Spray and Go. Look, I
Do I have
just
to
sprayed
rub
that
it in?
there.
Okay, yeah.
Just like 2 rubs.
Okay.
It is not greasy.
Okay.
And it is really fast absorbing, so you can throw on your clothes and get to
I
your
like that.
business.
But it's really moisturizing?
Yes, it's Vaseline's intensive care
It smells
in
good,
spray
too.
form.
What's
yes.
this?
So
This
it's
isn't a
pack of
tanner, is
2.
it? It looks
no,
like it.
No,
Okay.
it just has this great cocoa
Yeah.
fragrance and also an aloe fragrance, too, for around $20. And look, it's already dry.
You know
and
what
I'm
would be
throwing on
good?
my clothes.
Kids. You know, they
So
never want to
good.
sit for the lotion after the bath.
Never.
Spray them down.
So, and it's great for hard to reach spots,
Yes.
too. So
Oh,
I love
true.
it. Okay, so let's treat our feet.
Yes.
I mean, who doesn't want a luxurious at-home spa pedicure?
Everyone.
So this is Petty in a box.
Yes.
And it comes in one box. You've got 4 luxurious pedicure treatments. I mean, everything from a sea salt soap to a sugar rub to a mud mask and a massaging
Wait, there are
butter.
4 different things?
4 come in one little box.
And do you do it all at the same time, back to back?
It is a luxury experience. And what I love about it is you get 3 of these Petty boxes for 1. So that's around $6 each.
You know who loves? Craig Melvin would love those.
Craig
Foot
Melvin.
care is so important to him.
It is so important.
It really is.
He would love that.
Yeah.
Okay, spring. Springs out, toes out, right? So you
Yes,
need a great
so
pair of
cute.
sandals. These are the Funky Monkey 2-strap slide sandals, and they are probably the biggest trend in sandals for the past
I like this
couple of
neon
seasons,
pink.
right? Aren't they so cute? 58,000 ratings, and here's why people love them, because they are cute and beyond comfortable. They're EVA foam, so they're waterproof. You know, you can take them to the beach, to the streets.
Yeah.
And I mean, this white color is the #1 biggest bestseller ever. You wear that with that little dress, that boho chic
Exactly,
dress.
with my toes that are now pedicured and all the rest of it.
Head to toe, Savannah.
Now bring me into the washing machine. Let's
Okay.
bring it home.
Let's bring it home with one of the most clever spring cleaning gadgets I think I've ever seen. It's for your sneakers. We want those fresh this spring.
Okay.
Okay, This is a dryer, washer, a sneaker dryer and wash bag. And you put your sneakers in there, right? And then it attaches to the door. You close them. You know when you normally dry your sneakers and they tumble and make that racket for hours and hours and hours? Not anymore. Now you're drying your sneakers silently.
Okay.
And it's $7.99.
And also, the sneakers aren't with the other laundry you might put it in there with.
Yep. You're exactly right. That is an added benefit.
Chassie, you've done it again, my friend. If you want to try these items for yourself, well, just scan that QR code or go to today.com/shop. We should also mention this segment solely features products available on Amazon, which does have an affiliate relationship with Today. Oh, Hoda.
Oh, yeah, we got Chef Kevin Curry in the house. He's taking the stress out of dinner. We got an easy air fryer recipe, and it's fun to say. You know what we call it? Crunchy shrimp bang bang bowls.
Bang bang.
I love it. We'll be back. But first, this is Today on NBC. Back now, 8:51 with our series, Today's Table, and we are dusting off the air fryer. We're whipping up a super simple restaurant-style bowl that you can make in a pinch, and here to show us how it's done is Chef Kevin Curry, author and founder of Fit Cook Meals, and to get all these ingredients, you can just do that one click and hit the QR code. Kevin,
what's going on?
So I love this because it's delicious, but it's low carb and it's yummy. And we're starting with a cauliflower rice.
Cauliflower rice. It's super easy to make. So you can actually buy rice in the store, but if you want to save yourself about $5 or $6, just do this at home. All you can do is chop it up and break off the leaves and also the cauliflower florets. And then we're going to add these to a food processor.
That's it.
Now this part is super easy. This is also a kid-friendly thing to do together with the family. And then I'm just going to post blend it.
Okay.
There we go. And just like that. Go ahead. Go ahead. Boom.
Okay, so when it's done,
it looks just like this. Now, it's really hard right now. If you taste it, it's like really crunchy. Kids aren't going to like that. So we're going to steam it. You're going to add a steamer basket to a pot of water and then put it on here. Steam this for 10 to 15 minutes. Boom, it comes out literally soft, just like rice.
That's easy.
Doesn't it taste kind of like...
Texture is exactly like rice.
See,
It's good. My kids will not eat vegetables. This is good.
And there's no bite on cauliflower way either. All right, next is the bang bang sauce. So this is an
bang bang.
Y'all ready?
Hey, I was waiting for someone to do that. So this is some olive oil mayo.
Okay.
We're gonna add in some Greek yogurt.
This is non-fat, or what is it? Regular fat?
Full 2%.
2%. Okay.
2% tastes much better than the non-fat. Yeah. Not as much sugar in there.
What's that?
This is
Tabasco? No.
Sriracha.
Sriracha
sauce. If you don't like too much heat, it's okay. And then some garlic.
And
then honey.
I love honey.
And then mix that together.
Look at that.
Super nice.
Dump
a good combo of sweet and spicy.
And then hot peppers.
And hot peppers. If you want some heat, stir it all up.
So this is just what you're going to dunk the shrimp in.
Yes, absolutely. This is the dipping sauce for it. Okay. And now for the personality of this dish, this is going to be the shrimp. Look at you.
I just want to make sure I get it right.
Get it right. This is camera.
The dipping part is very important.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay, so here's my thing about shrimp that's breaded, because I wanted a low-carb shrimp, but when you buy the shrimp in the store that's like coconut shrimp or whatever, it's got a lot. So
it's got a lot. Yeah. So first off, this is going to be an eggless recipe. This is garlic, onion, smoked paprika, and arrowroot. Arrowroot is going to be our key here. Arrowroot makes it really sticky. Also, in medicine, arrowroot is good for gastro problems. Okay. So if you've got a little bit of, kind of digestion issues, it's perfect for that. And arrowroot just makes this super sticky once you do this. So I'm going to get my hands dirty for you. I know. This is...
You're solving all kinds of problems, Kevin.
We're learning a lot.
Yes.
So wait, can I ask, you left the tails on, but you took out that vein in the back?
Please peel and
get the vein out.
Yeah, get that
tails
like
and
shrimp.
vein.
I know.
It's important. Sometimes you don't know. Okay.
All right. Now once we do this is cornflakes.
Plain old cornflakes?
Plain old cornflakes, and they can be gluten-free too. So crunch these up.
Oh, yeah.
And the cool thing about cornflakes is that cornflakes stand up to liquid, right? Because you put them in milk. So whenever you're coating it, it won't get soggy. Okay. So then you're gonna mash these into the shrimp just like this. Just mash them up.
Okay.
This is why kids love this type of recipe.
Yeah,
it's really easy for them to do.
So you get a lot on there.
Mash it, boom.
Look at that.
Add it.
This air fryer is the most brilliant invention
Isn't it?
of all time.
How do it know?
Put it into the basket of the air fryer.
You don't even put anything on the bottom.
Yeah.
You just plop it
Al, he's got strong thoughts about the air fryer.
I know.
Al views.
But how does it work?
Uncle Al, you don't like it?
Here's the thing. Everybody who wants to use it, go with God. I'm happy for
But
you.
why are you
I just want
using
one
it?
more thing on my counter. That's
It's super easy,
big.
but the end product, I mean, you liked it. The end product is great.
So you know what's good about it, though?
Yeah.
Because when you preheat your oven to 425, it takes forever.
Yep.
This thing, you go, boom, 425. And then it's half the cooking
and
time.
everybody knows I don't have much time left.
Oh, stop it now.
Absolutely that. Oh, yours is so much better. Look at that. Look at that.
Now you place them in, and then how long do you cook them in the air fryer?
5 to 7 minutes.
That's wow.
I'm telling you. And then all of a sudden,
what do you got?
Get your beautiful bowl with your cauliflower rice with some slaw.
That's gorgeous.
On the side.
And the slaw is terrific.
I love the slaw. What did you put on the slaw?
It's just a store-bought slaw that you can just buy.
Yeah.
All right.
Can't beat it. You dunk it in the aioli, and how is that? Yummy? Spicy?
It's bang bang.
Bang bang.
Bang. Kev, thank you so much. Great job. All right, you can get all the ingredients, one click. Scan the QR code, head to today.com/todaytable, and of course, Today earns a commission of the purchases. And Kev's coming back in the next hour to change the way we make meatballs.
Air fryer?
Air fryer.
We're going to make them squares.
First, your local news. Delish.
Hi, I'm Al Roker, and I'm exploring iconic dishes from all across our great country, uncovering the many stories and traditions behind America's most beloved meals on my show, Family Style. Watch tonight at 9, right here on Today All Day.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
This morning on the third hour of Today, a dieting revolution. How some popular medications are changing the weight loss industry and what it could mean for our health journeys. Then, a Dateline case that even shocked the master of mystery, Keith Morrison.
What happened after that was unlike anything I'd ever covered before.
He's live to tell us about his new true crime podcast with a twist you won't see coming. Plus, in Tune Up Tuesday, we're celebrating National Pet Day with new products for your best friend. And a whole new way to make meatballs using some surprise ingredients and that trusty air fryer. Today, Tuesday, April 11th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Al, along with Chanel, Dylan, and Craig, of course, off this week, enjoying a little time off with the family.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back to you, Dylan. Thank you. It's nice to be back. I missed you guys.
And if you're watching with your furry friend, then happy National Pet Day.
Oh, that's right.
Which actually is every day in our house.
Both of you guys have pets at home.
Yes, we do.
Pepper and Bosco.
To celebrate Pepper?
Anything she wants.
Yeah.
You know, she's probably laying around. There's the beautiful Bosco. And, of course, the Grand Ole. Although they're both about the same age.
So I have questions for you guys. So
Yeah.
Pepper now is an empty nester with you guys. How's Pepper dealing with being by herself?
Oh, she's thrilled.
Yeah.
Bosco can't wait
And then
to work empty
Bosco,
nesters.
I remember when the babies were born, one at a time. At first, nurturing a little bit, but,
No, she loves them, but she realized she now has taken a back seat to all the kids. So but she's fine just laying around.
But she had some time to herself this because you had a very special holiday weekend.
Oh, my gosh.
You guys were away from home.
We were out in Oregon, Klamath Falls, Oregon, where my brother is stationed at the Air Force Base out there. And he was just promoted to Chief Master Sergeant,
Wow.
which, before I went out, I knew it was a big deal, but I didn't realize just how big of a deal it was. This is the highest rank for an enlisted member of the Air Force.
Wow.
There's only 1% of airmen who make it to this level. He's the 279th airman in Oregon to ever receive this honor.
Wow.
And, he's just a big deal. He got a standing ovation, which the commander said he's never seen a standing ovation. So it goes to show
And
you
who's
just
that
how
with him?
important. On his right, that's my niece Lena. On the left there, that's my nephew Jake, his wife Jenny.
So I have a question. So was this was the first time that your boys got to meet their big cousins, right?
So Ollie and Rusty had never met my brother before because,
wow.
just COVID, we're on the other sides of the country. So it was so special for them
Look
to
at
kind of reconnect. And that cousins just love
Cousins
each
are the
other.
best.
And I hadn't seen my brother in 3 years. And it was like we never missed a day. We all just were outside playing. We were in, walking around just the forest
Look
of
at
Oregon.
Calvin's
And it was
smile.
So
It's
cool.
like he found a buddy.
Oh my gosh. Calvin was dripping sweat every day from playing
Oh,
so
yeah.
hard
Love that.
all day long. So it was
That's sweet.
awesome.
At
Well,
the end of the day, they smell like potatoes.
It's
I said, Calvin, you need a bath. You smell.
potatoes and puppies for National Puppy Day. Okay, so we're welcoming you back, and then we're also welcoming you back after you made news and went to Washington, D.C. yesterday. But it looked like fun. It looked like a lot of good energy.
So much fun at the White House Easter egg roll. Had a great time. There's the bunny family. Although interesting, there's only one kid. I don't quite understand that. And of course, we got to chat with President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden, which was kind of fun.
Well, it was more than just chatting. It was funny because the person in front of me on the plane had the monitor on and they were watching Fox News. I'm like, why is Al on Fox? I just wasn't understanding. And then it was like, there was.
Oh, wait, this is why Al
was
was all over. Take a listen.
I was just wondering, Mr. President, will you be taking part in the Easter egg rolls after 2024?
Well, I plan on at least 3 or 4 more Easter egg rolls.
At least 3 or 4 more.
Maybe 5.
Maybe 5.
maybe 6.
So
what the hell? I don't know.
Are you saying that you would be taking part in our upcoming election in 2024?
Well, I'll either be rolling an egg or being the guy who's pushing them out.
Come on, help a brother out. Make some news for me.
I plan on running out, but we're not prepared to announce it yet.
It sounds like
that's
an
kind of
announcement
one.
to me.
It's a non-announcement announcement.
A non-announcement
But they were very kind and rolled out the red carpet for us. So
I love that. I told him he likes Al. You know what I mean?
There's like a special friendship.
Yeah.
there.
So cheers to that. All right. Well, let's get to the news now because we have a lot to talk about this hour. And we begin with a major shift in the way we diet.
Yeah, companies like Weight Watchers have long helped customers shed pounds by changing habits and counting calories. But now more people are embracing the popularity of drugs like Ozempic.
It's really, and this is just the beginning, the way it's happening. And in fact, we've got senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn here to talk about all that's changing in the weight loss industry, and it's happening rapidly.
Hello, good morning to all of you. Welcome back. Big news. So yeah, the biggest company right now that's really leaning into these prescription medicines that we've seen all over social media, Weight Watchers. For decades, Weight Watchers has said, look, count your points, add some exercise to your day, that's the path. Well, now they're saying, hey, these medicines may be a way to jumpstart everything. They've actually bought a telehealth company called Sequence, and they are, with a doctor's prescription, allowing you to get things like Wegovy, Saxenda, Contrave. These are weight loss prescription medicines. and it's a really interesting, they call it an inflection point in weight loss in the way we
It's so
approach
interesting.
it.
So then has there been any backlash with some of these medications could be considered a shortcut, if you will?
You know what? There's always people who are going to criticize everything, and this is no different. Yeah, people are saying, I did it the hard way. This is a shortcut. This is a quick fix. I don't
mind shortcut if it's sustainable.
Right, and that's a big question, right? Long term, does this make sense? Weight Watchers' position on this is it's another tool in the toolkit. And as the chief scientific officer told me, and I thought this was poignant, look, there's no pill, there's no shot, there's no injection that is going to teach you how to eat healthy and add movement to your day. You've got to do some of the work. But if this is what it takes to jumpstart your journey on weight loss, and if it can sustain you and be something that works for you after you've tried so many other things, let's give it a go.
Yeah. So let's say you fall into that category. What should people talk to their doctor about before they, resort to drugs like this?
We talked to Dr. Priya Jasangani over at NYU. She's an obesity medicine specialist and an endocrinologist. What she says is these telemedicine visits aren't enough. She wants you to go in and see a doctor in person. Why? Because there are certain things that the doctor needs to feel, like your thyroid gland. One of the rare side effects is a certain kind of thyroid cancer. They can look at your BMI, your weight, right, and say, okay, you qualify, but what about taking measurements of your actual waist? The way that you carry your weight might be different than the way that I carry my weight. So she wants people to get blood work done and really see a doctor and then figure out exactly which type of drug is best for them, because it's not one size fits all. And also work with someone long term to develop a sustainable eating habit and pattern, nutritional pattern for yourself that will work so that if you do go off the drugs, you're still going to be okay.
And these drugs aren't cheap.
They are not, Al. Just because you're approved doesn't mean your insurance will cover it, or even with insurance coverage that you can afford it. So that is really important. You want to do that research as well.
And do we know, I mean, we hear that, it's safe, but what about long-term side effects? Because everything's got a side effect. Look, I had gastric bypass over 20 years ago. There was a side effect. That's what part of my problems last year. So what about the side effects of these?
I'm so glad you brought that up. Look, some of these drugs have been around just for a couple of years. Some have been around for 10 years. Dr. Jasangani says so far, the research and the data suggest they are safe, and to look at obesity as a long-term illness, a chronic condition. Some chronic conditions require you to take medicines for a long time, but the bottom line is we are still somewhat early. I mean, 2 to 10 years isn't a lifetime of looking at these drugs.
It's a good conversation.
And you think about food as medicine, I think that's really key. Getting back to eating whole foods that are not processed and trying to just get out and move your body is so important. I know it's not easy. It's not cost effective. Obesity is a big problem in this country, but we need to approach it from all different angles.
Long term, it's the only real
answer.
Really proven solution.
It's good conversation.
Vicky, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, Vicky.
Well, this is the time of year a lot of us try to get more active and get outside, and this week Mother Nature is cooperating. I mean, we are talking about record highs from the southwest all the way into the northeast. We are talking records across, basically 13 states. These temperatures 30 degrees above our average. Charleston, Rhode Island, if you were with us earlier, they released a little seal into the ocean there.
So cute.
It was so very cute. Well, they're going to be getting near 80 degrees here in New York City. We're going to be into the mid-80s. So going to be nice and warm.
I love it. Get outside and do something.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I know. This is nice to come back to. All right, so it is certainly feeling like summer, and this week that's perfect for baseball. We just had to show you this highlight from yesterday's Mets-Padres game. It's not a home run. In fact, the ball didn't even leave the infield. This happened in the 7th inning. Mets hitter Luis Guillermo lays down a bunt. The ball squeaks down the line. It just stays fair. He kind of like watches. They wait to see what happens, because if it rolls out of bounds and then the player touches it, then it's a foul ball. But they were sort of just waiting here. Listen to the announcers.
Dribble down the third baseline. Will it stay fair again? Yes. The second hit the same way.
2 times in one game.
Same thing.
In one game.
Is that technique?
No, it's just
the ball
luck.
spins.
And it just kind of made it. I will tell you, Nick worked in the same inning. Nick worked last summer as a groundskeeper at Citi Field. And they work hard, and they work really hard on making sure that, and the Mets manager gave a shout out to the team's groundskeeper.
Yeah,
good.
And
they won the game.
Along the line. 5-0.
There you go.
Yeah,
all right,
cool. Good game.
It's time for another edition of On the Money. April is Financial Literacy Month, and Tax Day is just 5 days away. And if you're lucky enough to get a refund this year, we have some smart ways to put that money to use. So NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Ruhle is here with more. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
All right, so this year we're going to be responsible. You get that refund, and you have a lot of debt. What do you tackle first, or what's the strategy?
Vegas. Go to Vegas.
Yeah, exactly.
If you can't afford a
Throw it all up in the air.
head to
Because you'll
AC.
win more money.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, that's what I think, but I am incorrect in that answer.
Okay.
And the answer is, let's start to pay down debt.
Let's
we
do
know
it.
that people across this country are saddled with so much debt. So first things first.
Yeah.
How much do you owe, and who do you owe the most to in terms of interest rate, right? You want to pay down your debts that you're paying the highest rate on. Chances are it's your credit
I
card
was just
debt.
about to say, if you have a credit card and you've got these $200 a month fees,
The
for
worst,
interest,
the absolute worst. So you want to start paying things down by your interest rate. Chances are credit card debt, let's do that.
Okay.
Let's say you now want to say, you know what, I want to get rid of some long-term debt. First thing you need to do is look at your taxable withholdings, talk to your employer so you can have a little bit more cushion, but just make sure when you have that extra money, you're actually spending it, paying down debt, because as soon as we have it, we start to spend it in all different ways.
All right, so let's say you don't have any high interest debt. Where's the next place perhaps you should park your refund?
Okay, this one is kind of serious and a little bit heavy.
Yeah.
We all need an emergency fund, right?
Having this made a huge difference for me.
Having this financial cushion, and I know people are thinking, what? 3 to 6 months? We need it.
Yeah.
And I'm talking all of your living expenses. Try to have them set aside. What if suddenly you have a life emergency?
Yeah.
What if you have a career emergency? You don't want to suddenly lose your car, lose your home. It's really important. But here's the important part, true emergency. Beyonce tickets are not a true emergency. You might feel like they are not. They are not. I'm talking about tuition.
No, you're right.
Things.
You're right. You're right.
And where are you going to put that money? Don't just leave it in a checking account. Try to put it in a savings account, a high-yield savings account. Let's say you're getting $1,000 refund.
Okay.
If you put it in a high-yield savings account with 4% interest, you're going to get an extra $40.
So whoever's watching, can they just go to the bank and say, hey, I've got this refund money. I want to open up a high yield savings account.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Don't just leave it in checking. That earns you nada.
Okay, that's good. Good advice.
So you got your emergency fund. What do we do next?
You do not have your Beyonce tickets, but you
Right.
have the emergency fund. Guess what? You might be able to start investing it. A Roth IRA, right? An individual retirement account. This one, you are paying taxes in the front end. You can put as much as $6,000 in a year if you make less than $125,000. It's especially good for young people because if you think come retirement age, you're going to be in a higher tax bracket.
Sure.
Let's pay the taxes now. Boom, that's what you have. You're going to save on your taxes if you do that. Next, you can actually start investing. Start a brokerage account. Now, I'm not saying, hey, I like this company or that. Make it easy.
Right.
Go with a low fee, an ETF, a mutual fund. It's how you can start to get your feet wet in investing. But I think it's great. Start to get involved in the markets if you can.
Can we spend any of it right now? Like, what else can we do with the rest of our
Absolutely. All of us here have kids, and if we're considering that our kids are going to go to college one day, Nick's in freshman year, start a 529, right? Start putting that money away now so it's earning by the time your kids, you're going to have 3 kids in college at the same time, so are you.
I know.
Start
Thank you
these
for that
accounts.
reminder.
There you go.
Wow.
Also, I want you to try to break it up. So let's say you're getting that $1,000. Give yourself a little bit each month so you have a little bit more to spend. And treat yourself. Again, don't spend it all now, but say, you know what, I want to go on this trip in 6 months. I want to get some new furniture.
Want to see Beyonce.
Start to plan for it. Yes, and guess what? You're going to need a big refund if you want to see Beyonce. And I'm going to say my last. And I realize it's a privilege to be able to.
Good.
If you can give back, please.
Do so.
There are others who definitely need it.
Absolutely.
That's
This
great.
was good, Stephanie, as always.
Thanks for having me.
By the way, tax day this year is April 18th.
Yes.
So you actually have a few more days. So it's 1 week away. If you want more tips,
Exciting. Looking forward to it.
just go to today.com/onthemoney.
And don't forget, catch this nice lady at 11 o'clock on
Nice
MSNBC.
lady. Yes.
Nice lady
You nice
on
lady.
the 11th hour by Flavin. Well, when we come back, it's a True Crime Tuesday. I didn't know we had that. A mystery 20 years in the making and a Dateline viewer who actually helped change the investigation. The one, the only, Mr. Keith Morrison is here to tell us more about a case that he says is unlike any other he's ever covered. And that's saying something. The third hour of Today, back in 60 seconds. Or will we?
We are back now with a gripping story for true crime fans. The master of mystery, Keith Morrison, is putting his iconic voice to use and a new podcast from our friends at Dateline NBC.
The Girl in the Blue Mustang features the case of a California college student who was killed more than 20 years ago.
So for years, police thought they had their suspect until a Dateline viewer changed the course of the investigation. Keith is going to tell us about it in just a moment, but first, here's a preview.
It was a pitch-black night in the high desert, Antelope Valley, up the Grapevine Highway north of L.A. That's how it begins, the podcast and also the confounding story I've been covering for 14 years. The Girl in the Blue Mustang was an 18-year-old named Michelle O'Keefe, the car a Christmas and graduation present from her proud parents.
We're at Disneyland right now, and it's 9:19 p.m.
She'd owned it barely more than a month the night she climbed in and turned it on for the drive home from a local park and ride. And seconds later, was shot to death in the driver's seat. But by whom? At the crime scene, evidence was scant, spent shells, but no fingerprints, no DNA they could match to anyone. But they did have a witness, the security guard at the park and ride, his second day on the job.
You're hiding behind the car. Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's the first thing we're trained to do when you hear gunfire.
His name was Ray Jennings, and he liked to talk. He was the man who talked too much and wound up on trial for murder.
He took that girl's life to preserve his own.
They tried him once, the jury hung. They tried him again, and the jury hung. And then after trial number 3...
Find the defendant Raymond Jennings guilty of the crime of second-degree murder.
We aired a Dateline episode then, heard all the reasons why he must be guilty.
The stage on which the last moments of Michelle O'Keefe's life.
And then, 5 years later, a young man cruising the internet on a sleepless night stumbled, pure chance, on a repeat of our program. A bright young man who spotted something no one else had seen. What happened after that was unlike anything I'd ever covered before. Events that confused and sometimes infuriated both officials and a family already sorely wounded.
Why can't you tell us what the evidence is?
It's a story that proved the most obvious evidence wasn't evidence at all. And respected experts maybe didn't get it right after all. And the real answer, the possible solution, hidden like a dirty secret, would have consequences in high places. Evidence we have not been able to reveal until now in this podcast.
That's a tease.
Oh, well,
my heart's racing.
Well, good. Mine is racing just to hear you say that.
You know it.
He knows
it turns
everything.
out. So, Keith, first of all, congratulations. Show in a latest of the string of just hit podcasts.
It's so much
for
fun.
Dateline. What you got?
Fun is probably not the right word to use.
Well,
So
entertainment in a sense. 1 billion downloads. This one is currently in the top 10 on Apple Podcasts.
Yeah.
What is it? Is it the mystery? Is it? And there's also something about listening to your voice.
I know.
In those headphones. What is it about the podcast?
I think people can take it with them, and you can be doing something else. You can be driving, you can be whatever you're doing, and then you can pick it up later again, and that's a valuable thing if you want to kind of live in the story for a while. It's a little bit like listening to a novel on tape.
Sure.
It's a real story.
Read by Keith Morrison.
Which is, it's a bad thing, but it's
It's a good thing. So we've known a lot of the details of this story for quite some time now. So how is this podcast different without giving anything away? What other evidence are we going to hear about?
Sometimes when an investigation happens and you think you know all the answers, and there have been several trials, and then afterwards a kind of a corrective to those trials. I mean, justice is sometimes a little rocky and bumpy. Even that many years later, a few facts will come up that nobody knew before, or at least that nobody revealed before, which will throw the whole thing into chaos again. And suggest that maybe right back at the beginning somebody made a foundational error that sent the whole thing off in the wrong direction.
Wow.
And if it hadn't been for this young guy, an autodidact he called himself, who just happened to be on his computer one night, and he wasn't a regular Dateline viewer.
And how does that work? Does he
just happened to see it.
Call you up and say, "Hey, my name is such and such. I was just watching." I mean, how do you even? Do you know what I mean? How does that
his dad was an attorney, but not a criminal attorney. He did insurance cases.
Okay. Wow.
But he went to his dad and said, this doesn't seem right.
Wow.
And so they took it upon themselves to investigate it. And they took their findings to the DA.
Did it change what?
Totally changed the whole thing.
Has this ever happened before, Keith, where a viewer actually...
No, I don't think so. Not to this extent, anyway.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, you got to check it out. Check out the all-new podcast from Dateline and our friend Keith Morrison, The Girl in the Blue Mustang. You can listen to all the episodes now wherever you get your podcast. Thanks,
My
Keith.
goodness.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Nice to see you again.
You too.
All right, coming up next, it's Tuned Up Tuesday. It's also National Pet Day, so we're upgrading your pet products for dogs, cats, and more. And then later, her comedy rise is no joke. Comedian Leanne Morgan is here to tell us about her first Netflix special and love for the third hour.
Yay!
The nonsense people.
Yay! We'll be right back. Isn't just Tune Up Tuesday, it's also National Pet Day, and we are celebrating by tuning up our pet products with some upgrades and some new ones too. Here to help is Real Simple Editor-in-Chief Lauren Ionati. Good morning.
Good morning, Lauren.
You guys happy National Pet Day?
And we have a special pet here. Who is this?
This is Rusty.
Rusty.
This is my guy.
Rusty.
This is my very own guy.
Oh my goodness.
He's a handsome mutt, and he came to
is.
show us some great
new products.
toys.
And we're starting off with this tent. Why is this good for dogs?
This is. You want to check it out? Check it out. This
My
is the
kids would want to
cabana.
check that out.
It's like puppy cabana, basically.
Okay.
Oh, cute.
So, you like to be outside in the summer,
Sure.
you want to take your dog with you.
That's
but
really
UV
cute.
rays can be really, really hard on their skin. This is UV resistant. It's sturdy. It's cute. I like that it's cute. And you can take it outside with you. Take
And it
Plus
really
keeps them out of the
cute.
sun, too.
Keeps them out of the sun.
But it doesn't get hot in there? Like,
It doesn't. It's all airy and breezy.
That's
through it.
really
Lift up the
cute.
curtain
Very
over here.
nice.
Rusty.
I want to get in there. That looks so relaxing.
Come here, bud.
Like you
Now
said,
he's
the kids
curious.
would love it.
I know the kids would like it. So let's talk about this next toy. It's good for keeping your dog busy.
Yes, and I'm gonna give Rusty a little treat because he's being so good.
Okay.
Yes, Rusty. Do you want to play with this? So this is called.
Oh, it's a toy.
Knocks the kibble out. So this is called The Game. It's
Oh,
by this,
that's cute.
Dog toy company called Fable. It's like a Weeble Wobble, and it opens up and you fill it. You can see right here. You fill this with the kibble and some treats, and they knock it around, and it's stimulating for their mind. It's actually good for their brain.
That's cute.
And it keeps them busy for about a half an hour eating their
That's
dog.
cute.
It's pretty awesome.
That's awesome.
What about if you're
Cute.
looking for something that's not a pet that's not quite as active? Fish.
Less active, less furry, more scaly.
Yes.
I'm just going to hand Rusty off here.
Okay.
All
Bye,
right.
Rusty.
Bye, Russ.
Bye. He's where are the fish?
I know he's like, where are you
So
going?
yes,
Right there.
we have a couple of fish in here. This is a good starter tank for your smaller fish. So a lot of people think if a fish fits in a bowl,
Right.
it can live in a bowl. Fish don't like to live in bowls.
No, who would?
They want decor. They want an environment. So this is a 6.7 gallon tank. It's called the Imagitarium you can get it at Petco actually today. Petco's selling them, it's under $50, and this has everything you need. It's got filtration, it's got an LCD light system. If I could find the button, maybe
That's
it's this
cool.
one.
Oh, yeah.
So you can change the color. The fish like the colors.
Like a disco
And it's
party.
nice. Yes, you can totally change 7 different
Little
colors.
disco ball,
Auto
isn't it?
filtration, it's what you need.
And how do you know what kind of plants to put inside?
Right. So you want to definitely get some faux aquatic plants in there. You know, this is where they're placed to hide. They need to be able to get out of sight. They don't want to be in a fishbowl.
cute.
Do you want to be in a fishbowl?
No.
We saw Finding Nemo.
Right, exactly. It's not ideal.
cute.
So this is for $16 at My Life unit. You can
That's
get
really cute.
a variety of them and set it all up in the tank, and you're all good to go.
All right, should we talk about cats now?
Oh, shouldn't we talk about cats? Of course we should. How cute is this?
That is cute.
So part of this that I love about all these things is that they're cute. They're not.
Is it?
How does it work?
It is a cat wand, and what you do is this one's all tied up. But what you do is it's gonna hang off, and you're gonna.
there it is.
So
dangle
this
it
is
for
one
the
of our
cat.
producers'
Oh,
cats,
Wally
Lois, short for Lois Lane.
And what it does is it keeps the cat stimulated. Oh
So you
yeah,
can
we
just
have
sit
Lois
there
Lane
and-
demonstrating it.
cute.
The cat's stimulated, so you just sit there, you're watching the Mets game, you're hanging out, but the cat's working really hard and getting its mind stimulated, and
That's cute.
it's ideal for cats.
It's stimulating your mind trying to figure out how to get
Me too. We're all sort of challenged by getting it
this?
apart. We need a cat in here.
That's right. With
Yeah.
water fountain. Oh, hold on.
So cats don't drink enough water. I don't know.
Wait, that's a
I
real one.
realize. Here we go. That's not a real cat. No cats were harmed in the making of the segment.
Right.
So
Oh, look at
cats-
that. There you go.
It's a fountain, and they love running water. They don't love still water, and they don't drink enough water, and it causes health problems. So this is $20. You can get it. You can also get this one at Petco, and it will keep them drinking. The trickle of it, there's 7 different trickle levels. I know, it sounds so high maintenance, but it's
Trickle
help to
levels.
help.
That's really cute.
And it's really adorable.
I actually think it's
cute.
nice.
I
It's
like
form and
that.
function. Yeah,
Cute.
you don't mind having
Yeah.
that out. You don't hide that when the guests come over,
That's
right?
cute.
What in the world is
Little
this?
cat hammock.
This is what I
That's
want one of
cute.
these, like a human hammock. So this is a cat hammock, and it's sturdy, and it's under
That's
$20.
cute.
You can get it on Amazon.
this for
It's from
toys.
a company. Let me see if I can remember. Grede.
Okay.
And yep.
So it's not going to last.
It's not going to fall, and you know,
That's
cats
cute.
love to sit in the sunlight, right? And they love
really cute.
to
But it is
climb up
funny.
high things.
It's a company called Puppagre, and it's a cat hammock.
Well, they do stuff for everybody,
Oh, okay,
right?
yeah.
They're equal opportunity. But what I love here is that you're going to be the pup parent of the year because you just
That's
basically
really
took something
cute.
they needed and you upgraded it and made it more
Yeah,
fun for
that's
them.
a really cute idea.
Isn't it great?
Oh, it's so
These are great.
cute.
Lauren, thank you so
Lauren,
much.
thank you. I don't know. I'm like obsessed with playing with him. I don't understand.
It's kind of soft and fuzzy, right? Where'd my rusty boy go? We need to bring him back out.
He's being a good boy over there. All right, the latest issue of Real Simple is out now.
We are back with a comedian who's being called the Mrs. Maisel of Appalachia. Leanne Morgan is a Tennessee mom and grandma who discovered her passion for stand-up comedy later in life.
After playing comedy clubs and touring the country, she just reached a career milestone. Her first Netflix comedy special. It's called Leanne Morgan, I'm Every Woman. It drops today.
I love this so much. In the special, Leanne offers some insight into her family life, like when her husband was home a lot more often because of COVID.
So during this old pandemic, he could not travel. I know, he had to make an office in her home. And he would come out every morning and give me this huge list of things that he thought I should be doing. Things like paint the hallway or something like that. And I said, excuse me, but I stay in my gown until the 3rd hour of the Today Show.
Hey now we're talking.
I love that so much. You don't understand, that just like made our year.
Oh, you angel, and I mean it. I have watched y'all. I'm in love with y'all, and I was so worried I was going to come in here and goose Al and scare him to death. I love y'all.
We're so happy you're
Full disclosure, it did not happen.
I've watched y'all ever since my first started driving. When he started driving, he could drive his sisters to school, and I just stayed in my gown and watched y'all. I did.
That is so special. It means a lot to us.
So before a Netflix special, Leanne, when did you know that you were funny? That I mean, your mom of 3. What was the switch that made you kind of think, I want to try this?
Well, I knew it when I was little, but I was in a farming community in Middle Tennessee, and I wanted to go to Hollywood, but I didn't know how, and so I went the traditional route, went to college and all that. Met my husband, moved me to the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, and I started selling jewelry in women's homes like Mary Kay or Tupperware.
Right. Yep.
And I look back on it now, and I had my own little comedy club. I was in women's living rooms talking about, I was supposed to be talking about jewelry, and I didn't. I talked about breastfeeding and hemorrhoids. And women thought I was funny and started booking me a year in advance.
Wow.
And the company asked me to start speaking at their big things. But always in my mind, I thought, I'm going to be a stand-up. But I just didn't know how. But anyway, that's what happened. And one night, a little woman pee-peed on the couch in one of the Tupperware, one of these parties, and I thought, I've got it.
Because she was laughing.
I can make it. Yeah, she laughed so hard.
Oh, I just thought she had an accident.
Yeah, no. It was because she was laughing.
No.
I could see the look on your
I was
face.
like trying to figure out, well, dang, that would suck. Yeah. But no, it was a good thing because you were funny.
It was a good thing, and it gave me, I thought, I've got it. I can make it.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So, I mean, the fact that you kind of stumbled into this later in life officially, does that give you more material? Do you think it puts you at a different place in your life where you've got, I mean, just so much to work with?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you go through the 22 years I've been doing comedy, it's always about my children, my husband, my family, going to Weight Watchers, feeling fat in my pants, whatever.
You are so darn refreshing.
Now I'm in, menopause, and I've raised 3 children.
Yes.
And I've been married for 30 years. I've got a grandbaby, another one on the way. So I'm a storyteller, and I
it's
talk
also
about what's
relatable.
happening.
I love it.
Here's the thing. I hate Jell-O. I think if you're going to make a dessert, put some effort into it. But you
a Jell-O mold takes a
I'm
lot
sorry.
of effort.
You took on a Jell-O diet with your mom, sort of.
Okay, Al. And I've watched you cook for years, and I get it, and I love a good chocolate cake. And I'm with you on that. But my little mama got sick before COVID, and she had to have a pureed food diet. And me being from the South, the country, we do love a good gelatin salad.
Oh, yeah.
With a little pineapple and
my
whip.
goodness, yes.
It's amazing.
That makes it even worse. It's like it's eating other things.
No, we're with you. This is classic.
And so I started making that with her and sharing that during the pandemic, and I didn't know that people would go nuts.
Yes.
And they started sending my little mama Jell-O recipes.
Oh, that is so
but
sweet.
I love, you don't like a gelatin salad?
You can't.
No, just listen to the words.
What?
A gelatin salad.
It is kind of
My mom
divisive.
called it a gelatin delight salad.
She did.
Well, that's an oxymoron.
She added a little extra into
So
it.
before you leave us this morning, we were just talking off camera. On this show, on the 3rd hour, we do so much about how, the universe reveals things to you with every decade, right? So in your 30s, it may be one thing, but if you have a dream, maybe it'll happen in your 50s or your 60s. Your tour is called Just Getting Started, the Just Getting Started tour.
Yeah, 100 cities across the United States. I just finished another 100 city, shot this Netflix special. I'm 57 years old and I'm a grandmama.
Yeah.
And it's never too late.
Give me some tips.
Give him some advice.
Oh, my darling, get ready to meet the love of your life. I mean, I've worshiped my children. I'm in love with them. This is a whole new thing, a whole nother kind of love. And just know that you're going to want to buy this baby swing sets and Paw Patrol, and you're going to be on fire. He's the best thing that ever happened to us, and I got another boy on the way. Oh, it has been wonderful.
A little talking to. Like there were some boundaries that needed to be set.
They told me, this is our baby. Mom, you need to back off. And this is our baby. And then they had that baby, and they're so exhausted. They both work full time. My daughter was getting her MBA now they just let that little baby off in the yard. They don't even call her. We we get this baby all the time. I've got a full nursery in my house. I'd help you with your children and your children.
All right.
Then I'd make y'all a Jello salad.
I literally couldn't love you more. Like, couldn't love you more. Thank you so
had me till
much.
the
I
end.
knew y'all were going to be.
You're the best.
We
You know
love
what?
you.
Please, everybody, check out her comedy special, Leanne Morgan, I'm Every Woman. I love that. It is streaming now on Netflix.
It's so great having
I know.
you here,
With your
Leanne.
tour and everything.
Oh my gosh, you're an official member of the team.
Yes.
Come in anytime. Come on. Come on. There you go. And she did not goose me. Coming up, we're going to have meatballs in the morning. Would you like to hang for our meatballs?
Have some.
I love to hang
All
for a
right. Well,
meatball.
it's a delicious twist on a classic, and you can cook them right in the air fryer.
Yum.
Third hour today. I'll be right back. Ooh, that looks.
Seriously, I'm obsessed with you. Like, I just think you're wonderful.
We're back with our Today Table series. Now, who doesn't love meatballs? If you don't love meatballs, we don't trust you. This morning, we're going to put a healthier spin on them by using some surprise ingredients. Author and founder of Fit Cook Meals, Mr. Kevin Curry, is back with us. Just scan the QR code and order all of the ingredients you need. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, y'all. What's going on?
Well, I love the smell of these meatballs.
Yes.
It's very Mediterranean.
They are, and these are some surprising ingredients here. Now, this recipe was taught to me by Michael Chernow, who is the king of meatballs here in the city.
Sure, yes.
Yes. All right, so we're going to have some lean beef. You can also use lean turkey. You can even use lamb.
I love lamb.
We're going to toss in some cooked rice. This is some cooked brown rice. You can use jasmine, some mint. That's that flavor.
If like you have leftover rice, you could use that?
Absolutely.
Super.
It's an easy one. Put some parsley, and then these are some toasted almonds that have been crushed up. And now for the big one. Raisins. I know the Italian grandmothers are going crazy right now watching this segment, but I'm telling y'all,
Italian meatballs,
they're like, these are not.
golden raisins.
It adds this little touch of sweetness, but you can even use the red ones, but but the gold ones are really nice. You know, they're a little bit more, soft.
A little salt and pepper?
Yeah, absolutely. Some salt and pepper. Get your hands dirty.
These are a
You don't mess
combination
these
of
up.
flavors, Kevin. I'm not going to lie to you. I've never seen
I know.
You put raisins and mint and almonds in a
Okay,
meatball.
so we have to make sure that y'all taste these because I'm going to make you a believer. All right, then the air fryer, which I know, some people may not like it, but
we love it.
Everybody loves the air fryer.
Everybody loves the air fryer. So we're
Except for Al Roker.
but
Again,
for right
if
reasons.
you want to do the air fryer, go be my guest. It's great.
But this is such a time
Especially if you
saver.
got kids.
Yes.
You know?
Super easy. Pop these in here for about 8 to 10 minutes at 400. Yeah.
Okay. And it'll cook it. Okay.
Well, it's beef too. So, I mean, if you want yours like super well done, then do it for a little bit longer. Okay. All right. Now for
This is going to continue the Mediterranean theme?
Yes, the whole theme here. And this is going to be a tzatziki. I know the internet's going to say. Is that how you say it? Tzatziki sauce. All right. So the most important thing here is you have to grate this over a towel or a cheesecloth. Otherwise, it's going to become really watery. And then you already know, Chanel. And then just go ahead and squeeze out. She's like, I know I'm doing it. Squeeze out all that moisture. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
And that's and then you can add this into your yogurt. Now, this is some Greek yogurt. You can also use some low-fat yogurt. I like the Greek yogurt because it's super high in protein.
And it's thicker.
And it's, real nice. And it's going to be great for our, lemon. Some olive oil. In goes the garlic.
Okay,
and
raw
then
garlic.
some dill. Yes, raw garlic.
try this.
And then there's some dill. She's already tasting.
I know, I can't wait anymore.
Good. We're gonna mix this together, and then we are going to build our pitas. Now, I like to pop mine into the microwave for about 10 seconds to soften them up a little bit. It makes them easier to stuff. Then you're gonna grab a spoon. Okay. See? In fact, you know what? Let's all just taste these by themselves.
Yeah, that's what I did. I pulled it out.
That's true. We can,
You have to put a little sauce on it too.
Yeah, a little. You can dip this right here. So, isn't it so surprising?
The sweetness in there is amazing.
All of a sudden.
I just got a raisin.
And the crunch of it. Chanel.
Who knew? I was like, I do like it, Sam. I am.
That's delicious.
This is really good.
And these are just pitas, but you can put these into pasta. You can put these on sandwiches, on subs.
I gotta
it's
try it all
grilling
together.
season. Yeah, so put it all together.
Really
now
good.
we're gonna stuff our pita with our tzatziki sauce.
It's not going to be a pretty bite on TV.
Lettuce, tomatoes, boom, boom.
Kevin.
And there you have it.
And then meatballs.
That's sauce.
And this is an amazing meatball pita. Look at this. This is like a food truck inside your own house.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? I put that sauce. I put that sauce on other
Kevin,
things too, right?
thank you so much, my friend.
Thank y'all.
As
That's
always.
delicious.
And don't forget, you can buy the ingredients for this recipe by scanning the QR code or head to today.com/Today Table. We also have to mention Today earns a commission from purchases. Third hour today, I'll be right
This is
back.
worth it.
Sauces. Tomorrow on the third hour of Today Country star Trace Adkins is going to join us live.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Jennifer Garner has a sneak peek of her new series based on a best-selling book.
Everybody have a great day, and
Hey.
we hope to see you here tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Today, Jennifer Garner and best-selling author Laura Dave on their highly anticipated new show, The Last Thing He Told Me. Plus, from Shark Tank to doing deals with the stars, entrepreneur Emma Grede. And wedding bells may be ringing for Millie Bobby Brown, the Stranger Things star is engaged to Jake Bon Jovi. And we're talking about it.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey guys, how are you? Happy April the 11th.
April the 11th.
Yes, April the 11th.
Did you know that Laura told me all the planets are in line?
Yes, Laura, who does hair, who's amazing, said that this is the luckiest day of the year because Pluto, which apparently is still a planet.
No, Pluto is a star.
Okay, well, Pluto is still in alignment. It's the time of year where everything good is happening. I kind of feel like good things are happening today.
Well, I felt like it was winter, and all of a sudden it's gorgeous spring. Like the daffodils are coming up. If you look around New York City, it's sunny
it feels
at
so
4:45 in the morning. Not sunny, but
the sun's popping. It's brightening. You know what I love in New York? So if you've ever visited New York, you know there are two sides to the street. The shady side and the sunny side. When you walk on the sunny side of the street, you are like, come on.
It's so funny because I used to sometimes walk home from here, which I lived downtown.
Far downtown.
But if I couldn't get a workout in and I just couldn't be outdoors, and he would add time on.
Yes, you'd bob and weave.
Bob into the warmth.
And you forget, I mean, first it's tough for the sun to get through all these big buildings, but when you find it, sometimes I just, you know what I do? I stand on the corner as the light's changing. You know what I do? I let it change. Sun's on my face, let it change. Go through a cycle, let it change. Let the sun soak in, and then go. Do you know what I mean?
I feel like this is your
then
new.
Go.
No,
then go.
it's the let it change.
Let it change, and let the sun hit you in the face.
I love how you use your hand symbols. Anyway, there's huge news.
Which shows that the stars are all aligning.
Oh, it was their lucky day for sure.
Yeah.
The Stranger Things star who we love, her name is Millie Bobby Brown. She got engaged to her boyfriend, Jake Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi. So
First of all, they're the most beautiful couple you've ever seen.
And by the way, this picture, if you want to know what joy looks like, that's it.
Oh.
So she posted this one, the caption, she's quoting Taylor Swift, of course. I've loved you 3 summers. Now, honey, I want them all.
Oh, so sweet. I love that song. By the way, Millie is 19 and Jake is 20, but they've been dating, as the caption quotes, for 3 years.
She's 19, so she started dating when they were 16. She was 16 when they started dating.
But she is she plays this character, Enola Holmes, which I've been watching with Mila. She's the most awesome detective. She's the sister of Sherlock. And it kind of it's a female-focused, you know, and anyway. And I thought in this movie, which came out in 2020, so I'm late to, that she was
very mature.
25 years old.
I wonder, you know, I think some people live a lot of life in fewer years and they become very mature.
Yeah.
And some people can be in their 40s and you can't believe that they're not mature. You know, the maturity hasn't come yet.
Yes.
So I don't think you can really judge, but I do think it's interesting because there was a time where people waited a long time to get married. Waited, let me do this, let me get this right, let me make sure I have all my ducks in a row. And I wonder, we were just talking about this, is the pendulum switching?
Swinging,
Is it going back to, we see what y'all did, and we're not sure we like that, so we want to try to get married
But here's the
earlier.
other thing. You meet the person when you meet the person.
You don't know when.
You know, and I do think she's been working for a long, long time. So she, as you said, probably more mature, but you meet the person when you meet the person. So I would say, I always told Barbara, like, look at Hoda. She's having 2 kids right here, you know, and it took till later. So it's like, if you haven't met the person, it's okay. And if you've met them early and you think, gosh, I kind of was hoping to do all this, if they're the right person, you'll do it together.
Exactly. And I think the timing is important.
Yeah.
Because you're right, you don't know when the timing is. I mean, how old were you when you met Henry?
22.
So you were young.
Yeah. We've been married 15 years in May.
Did your parents, wait, I have a question. Did your parents say, you're only 22, sweetie. Let's just take our time. We know he's great. We take our time and just be sure. Remember when they said that?
They kind of did.
Yeah.
But they also, and my mom said it in an interview, like, they're not that serious. And Henry was like, oh, and I was thinking about asking you to marry me.
Oh, wait,
but
your
I
mom
think
said
she was just trying to, like, protect us, you know?
Yeah, it's not a big deal,
They
right.
kind of did, but I think they also knew that I was going to choose who I was, you know, I think they adored him. And they saw, you know, that probably telling me to do one thing wasn't going to work.
But here's the thing. I think the thing about you and Henry that keeps working is you guys grow together.
Yeah.
It's not like one person is on this path of growth. You guys are both doing it. So I think if you're with someone, it's like some of those relationships that are sort of teacher-student, you know, they start off that way. And then all of a sudden the student is now eye to eye, and then the other person is like, wait, you're not the girl I met.
Yeah.
Where's the girl I met?
Yeah.
It's like the girl you met
is growing
and evolving,
so were you.
And you have to go with.
No, that's been the best surprise, but also, as you know, so important to me. Like, I'm like, hey, let's go do this class. Let's meet with this therapist. Let's do this. And he's always game.
He's real. That, by the way, that's unique. I think that's
important.
when you know that you got the right one.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, and I mean, we've moved on. What else is happening?
I don't know.
Today is National Pet Day. So can I just give a shout out to Hollywood Hager, please?
Why would you like to?
Because first of all, she takes selfies.
Oh my gosh. Wait, where is she?
What do you mean, where is she?
Where is she
she's
exactly?
in bed with Mila. She sleeps right next to her face. That's her after she became a woman.
Oh, the cone.
And then quickly became not a woman.
Okay.
And yesterday, she got into Hal's crib. I mean, we could just show all the glamour shots. Do you think it's weird that I'm such a cat woman?
Oh my God, you're really.
Do we not have the picture of her with Hal in the crib?
Maybe we do.
Oh, I'd like to show you.
Okay, but Hal is in the crib, and then the cat gets in the crib with Hal. You mean for sleeping?
The babies had a hard time to get up from their nap.
Oh. And she slept with him?
Yeah, she slept with him. We don't have a picture.
It's coming.
It's
Just
coming.
Stretch. Yeah, it's coming.
Well, there's another pet we love, so why don't we talk about these? These are two pups called Polo and Sadie. And they recently separated. Is his name Rolo or Polo?
Rolo.
Oh, Rolo moved 3 hours away. So the two dogs missed each other so much that they set up regular FaceTime chats.
Cute. Let's see.
Oh. Is the other dog talking?
I know. Jeez. Are you kidding me?
Goodness makes you miss your dog.
Or in its nest. Oh my God. Oh.
I love dogs.
I can't
but I like
believe
cats much better.
But Rolo. Oh.
But how cute. It shows you that they miss
connect.
each other.
And they first, the other one looked puzzled. Oh, back to you. Sorry. Back to you. Okay. So, what do we have?
This isn't me. It's Holly, okay? Have you ever loved an animal this much? I love her. Look, that's her little blob. See?
Oh,
and you can zoom in. That's her at the end, and that's Hal in his crib.
How old's Hal? No, how old? I've lost track. Is he as old as Hope? Is he 4?
No, he turns 4 in August. He's 3.
He looks cozy in that crib.
Here's the thing.
When did the girls move from a crib to a bed?
2. But here's the thing. 1, he's probably our last child, so I don't need to
Did you say probably?
Yeah, he's our I mean, who knows?
Okay.
But he's most likely our last child, like 99%. So I don't need to give that crib to the next child, which I had to do with the first one.
Oh, so you were like everybody out.
Yes,
Let's go. Next kid.
Didn't you give your crib?
Yes, of course.
So would you have kept Hope in the crib a little longer?
But I took her out of the crib.
So that you could give the crib to Haley.
No, Haley's older. Haley was in the crib.
Oh, sorry, that's what I mean.
And then Hope got in the crib.
That's what I mean. I'm confused.
Now Hope's
But do you see what I'm saying? Oh, and Hope's already out.
But why do you like the crib? Because that way you don't have to worry about them escaping.
He's caged. He's happy and he's caged.
Content.
The cat can still get in. He's got all Mikey and all of his little animals, and he's in there.
Does Hollywood love Hal?
She did yesterday.
Oh.
The babies took a nap together. And you know what? Also, if you're trying to shame me
No, I'm not
because
shaming you.
you think that he's going to need therapy.
No, everyone's got their own. Look, the reason I took Haley out of the crib is because she was literally flinging herself out. I had to get her out.
Yeah, he's not. He's very happy
He likes
there.
it. Yeah, if
and
they like
also,
it, they like it.
You know, I know that there's going to be therapy bills when I always tell him that he and I are going to get married. So why don't add to it?
All right, coming up next, it's Tuesday, so we need your help deciding what we will wear tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to reveal the looks you get to vote on right after this.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. It's a special one because today is Tuesday.
Okay, 2 of our most stylish staffers. They are always looking fab.
And they're really connected, these two.
Yeah,
don't you think?
yeah, and they're also really talented. So
Yes,
they're
our
not just
producer,
beautiful.
Allie Berger, associate producer, Sean Hickey. Hi, kids.
Hello.
What you got?
We're going to start with Hoda. We started with this suit over here because you rock a suit and you can also pull off any color.
Okay,
so
wait,
we thought,
okay, I like the
Yeah.
Wow.
And I like the color block.
Well, we think that orange and pink, like especially this fuchsia, is like really the hottest color combo right now.
Who chose that, Sean? You or Allie?
That was definitely a joint effort.
It was a joint effort.
It was a bunch of Instagram DMs back and forth.
Yeah,
I like how
of
you
everybody
operate.
wearing pink
All right,
and orange.
what's number 2?
The next one is classic Hoda, elegant silk. We know you love your silk button down. This one is an ombre version.
Pretty, kind of modern.
Absolutely, feels very Hoda with a really elegant gold slip-on.
I love it. Okay.
So then a black and white option, but keeping it exciting.
What's going on there,
For
Sean?
mixing prints, and a good way to mix prints is doing something geometric against something more organic and natural, and then with some silver accessories and shoes to really bring it to life.
I feel like that is definitely pushing Hoda's style. I'm
That's
into
the
it.
goal.
Out into the
I'm into it.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's Jean Smart and hacks. You know what I'm saying?
All right, what you got for Jenna?
This really goes to your Texan roots here. So we went with a denim dress.
Cute as can be.
But we wanted to elevate it a little bit with a really strappy gold stiletto that wraps up around the leg. We thought this might be Henry Hager's favorite.
I was going to say it definitely would be.
And then another possible favorite of Henry's is this green suit. I saw you in a dark green dress once, and I thought, like, that is Jenna's color.
Oh, thank you, Sean.
To be full disclosure, we picked a shirt to go under this, but the decision was to keep it décolletage out.
Wow.
So we're going sexy, and then this lime green shoe to add some brightness, but keeping it. Yeah, it's a 3-piece suit.
So I will be covered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's daytime friendly.
Okay.
And then this last look is pretty.
Finally, Jenna rocks a floral skirt very, very well, as we know. And this one's really all about the textures. We paired the floral skirt with a fuzzy tank top we thought would look great on you. And there's a lucite heel there, which is very fresh for spring.
Y'all really got all of the details. Thank you,
my
guys.
God.
Yeah,
You can follow them on Instagram.
Yeah.
They actually got great Instagrams, too.
Totally.
All right, Allie, thank you. Sean, don't forget, go to our Instagram page, vote for your favorite outfits.
Okay, speaking of favorites, y'all, look who is here. Actress Jennifer Garner and best-selling author Laura Dave.
Oh, they got a hot new show. Everybody's talking about it, and they're going to tell us about it coming up right after this. Okay, what would you do if the person you loved the most in the world disappeared?
Okay, that's the central question in Laura Dave's best-selling novel, The Last Thing He Told Me. When the book first hit shelves in 2021, it spent more than 65 weeks, y'all. This is not easy on the New York Times bestsellers list, and it sold more than 2.5 million copies.
Well, now the story is being adapted for the screen, starring none other than one of our favorites, of course, actress Jennifer Garner. And we have a sneak peek. Take a look.
What defines this piece?
Oh. I think this part could turn out interesting.
I like that.
Hmm.
You could probably say the same thing about most people. At the end of the day, one thing defines them.
What defines you?
What defines you?
I ask first.
There's nothing I wouldn't do for my daughter.
Oh! Come on, y'all. It's terrifying, and he's very hot. Everything is happening.
That is Hoda's exact type. Masculine, large hands.
If you were married to Nikolai Coster-Waldau and he disappeared, wouldn't you go a little bananas trying to find him?
Yes, you would.
Such a wonderful actor and such a wonderful guy.
Boy, did you want this role, though, girl. There were lots of roles that you were happy to have, but this one you actually pursued aggressively.
I really did. I did. It felt so not Southern.
But also, no, you did it. I was just thinking in the most Southern way.
Yes.
You wrote a letter.
I wrote a lot of letters.
You wrote letters.
I did. I stayed up all night because I figured everyone might read each other's letters, and so I had to make them all very specific. And so, I just, I found out the role had become available, and I just kind of made my case. I just really connected with Laura's book.
And Laura, did you get a letter?
So I didn't get a letter, but I got to see a letter.
I think I owe you a letter.
Yeah. But it was, Jen talked about being the grown-up in the room, and that why she's so connected to this role was that Hannah is the ultimate grown-up in the room. She just has to show up. And like, it was just so... In that moment, I knew that was Hannah Hall.
Yeah.
Because you to be a grown-up, you have to be vulnerable and strong and patient, and you have to look around you and do exactly what needs to be done, which is what Hannah does. Yeah.
We love authors around here. We love you. We've read your work. This book has been a real labor of love, though. You first started writing it in 2003 and then put it away. What made you get it back out of the drawer?
So I think for me, I thought I was telling one kind of love story, which was the love story between Hannah and that very handsome man. And then I realized after I had my child that I was telling a different story, which was a love story between a mother and the mother's child. So
why did you get it out of the drawer?
So I actually owe that to my husband.
Oh.
So I was working on a different book, and I was a little stuck. And he said to me, what if you make Owen bad? What if you pick up that book again and you make Owen bad? And in my infinite kindness, when I feel stuck, I'm like, well, that's just the stupidest idea. But I did pick up the book that day, and I didn't make Owen bad. But I realized that there was a character that needed to be sacrificed. And what if I sacrificed that character? What would happen then? And that unlocked everything that came next. And I finished the book, actually, after working on it and putting it down and working on it and putting it down.
The article you wrote about dumping the manuscript at 70,000 words for The Atlantic or something, maybe?
I think it was for Lit Hub.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Lit Hub. I love Lit Hub. It's like, oh my gosh, to write 70,000 words and just to
give up on it.
Yes. How brave and come back to it, and look how lucky we are.
Yeah, well, then it sold 2.5 million copies. So good job.
Are you guys friends in real life?
We are.
Yeah.
You can tell. What is it about her that you love about Laura?
What do I love about Laura is that all of the emotional intelligence that she pours onto the pages, she carries with her as well. Plus her own little quirks that are just keep her real. Otherwise, she'd be too incredible. But she gives the best advice. She makes the best pizza sauce. You always want to go to her house. As a matter of fact, one of our favorite things about this process is that Laura and her husband Josh, who is our showrunner, for weeks and months, we would read these scripts out loud in their backyard and just have coffee and read through it, and then they would go back and rework things and revise.
Wow.
Then we would do it again and again, and it really helped me drop in, and it really just helped all of us kind of form our shorthand in our report, along with Angauri Rice, who plays my stepdaughter.
Yes. So, and she is brilliant. And I love how when it starts, I mean, in that scene, you think it's like kind of a sexy love story, which we wish there was more of, but no, there's plenty. But it becomes this beautiful mother-daughter story, but also kind of this found family story. What was it like to be part of that?
It was incredible to look at Angauri Rice. She is such a stunning,
she's really wonderful,
brilliant young actress. And she really led the way because I just loved her so much. She's so engaging that I just wanted to be like, hi. And she was kind of like the first couple of episodes, she never looked me in the eye.
Wow.
She was so disciplined.
Wow.
And we built our trust and friendship along with our characters, which, I mean, she looked me in the eye off camera. She wasn't being like,
rude.
But we built this really deep friendship off camera as it was happening on camera. Whereas usually when I play a mom, you're acting cozy before you get there, and you fill in the blanks. This had a much different, more organic build to it that was really lovely to be part of.
We should say also, happy early birthday.
Yes.
April 17th is your birthday?
It is.
That's my mom's birthday.
Oh,
Great
really?
people are born on this
my
day.
Gosh, that makes me so happy.
How are you going to celebrate?
You know, I always try to do something to mark the beginning of the year as put something good out. So I'm going to plant trees.
What? That's beautiful.
I'm going to plant trees with my kids.
Oh my God.
No, Mila's birthday's April 13th, and we're just going to an indoor water park. Come on now. I got to change things up.
I didn't start this till my life got a little deeper in my 40s. When I was a kid, I would have killed for the water park. Trust me.
Give her time.
Okay.
Give her time.
Okay, cool. Okay, Jen and Laura are sticking around, and we might get them to spill some secrets.
Oh, really?
This will be fun. Okay, right after this. We are back with actress Jen Garner and author Laura Dave on their new show, y'all, The Last Thing He Told Me. It is so good. It premieres Friday on Apple TV+. I had to do everything I could not to stay up and binge the whole thing. There's 6 episodes.
Yes.
And you want to watch
Yes.
all of them. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, since truths and lies are kind of a big part of the series, we decided to play a game with them called Secrets.
Oh, here's how it works. Okay, we put 2 interesting facts about ourselves in a bowl, and we're going to all take turns pulling a fact out, and we're just going to guess who wrote it.
How did you know to whisper secrets?
Because it just came to me. Okay,
There's
Jennifer.
a mind meld here.
Jennifer, will you start?
I would love to start.
Okay, we got to guess who wrote this.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, the pressure.
They're very small.
Every morning I dance.
You.
Yeah.
Everyone put 2.
The best part that we just said you, too, and pointed at you.
Everyone was
But how much fun is that to start
What do you
your
dance
day?
to?
Yes, it's a dance
then
cardio class on Zoom. It's called The Limit. It's here in New York. You can go to the studio.
what?
The Limit?
Yes, we could go to it.
We don't
You
even
would
know about
love
it.
It's so
love
fun.
dance cardio.
It starts your heart off in the right spot. It's the way to do
What's it
it.
called again? Limit?
The Limit Fitness.
The Limit
It's in
Fitness.
Chelsea.
Okay.
New studio. Okay, here we go.
Okay,
Laura.
I'm up.
I love Zoom.
I do too.
In first grade, I once told my mom I was kidnapped, so I didn't get in trouble for playing with my best friend. My mom told me I couldn't. I bet that's
Jenna.
Yes.
Had to be.
That's true. And unfortunately, I had Secret Service, so it made it slightly more complicated. But anyway, all okay.
Okay, am I up next?
Oh my gosh, that was really good.
That was a good one. Okay.
Yeah, that.
Have I used that one before? I'm pretty sure.
I think so, but I
Yeah.
like it the
Okay,
second
good.
time. When I was in high school, my marching band director went to jail for robbing banks.
You? Laura!
No.
Hoda? You're the worst actress!
Why? It was not me. You're.
What happened?
Don't give details.
Yeah.
Give details to
Bless his
Laura
heart.
and she'll write a book.
I knew this
Yeah, you
already,
know
so I
this
almost
story.
pointed at you and I stopped myself.
Then I thought it was you getting guilty.
And then I thought you were a bad
I love
actress.
this story.
I am a bad actor.
Because you got really enthusiastic.
Okay, I like that.
But wait, didn't that happen when you were with him? Didn't he get arrested when you guys were
We
there?
were in band
Okay.
in the middle. Go ahead.
What
FBI
instrument
came in.
What
Saxophone.
instrument did you?
E flat alto saxophone.
Oh,
you still with Sally. No.
What did you play?
I played the saxophone.
I feel like I've seen you on your Instagram. You dressed up as a band member.
Sometime. I mean, I was in the band for a long time.
Okay.
So,
I like that you still get dressed up.
For Reese Witherspoon's birthday. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, that is so kind. Okay, I lived in 6 different cities in my 20s.
That's got to be you.
Is it me?
Yes.
Is it?
Oh, stop
Or
trying
is
to
it
do
you?
It's
me.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
6 different. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm like, is it you too? I thought it's yeah. Whose turn is it?
I like that I've encouraged this in you.
Whose turn
Okay.
is it? Laura, you pick. Okay. Oh, last one.
Okay.
You lived in 6 different cities.
Where do you live? What cities?
Well, it was New York, Los Angeles, Charlottesville, Virginia.
Oh, I love Charlottesville.
Northampton, Massachusetts.
Iowa?
No, I didn't. I did not live in Iowa. Wait, I'm losing my mind.
Oh, that's
okay. There's a couple more.
Because I wanted to know, because I'm curious and I'm a journalist.
This is a good one. I once sang at a retirement community, but instead of singing a note, I laughed through the entire performance.
It's either you or you, but I think it's you.
I
think it's
feel
you.
like it's you.
Yes.
I was on asthma medication. It made me very hype.
The last thing he told me premieres this Friday on Apple TV+.
Yes,
Come on, let's go.
so
Get on
good.
it.
Everybody watch it. And by the way, Henry liked it equally as much as
So
me.
boys and
For
girls.
men and women. Okay, coming up ahead, one of the most successful self-made businesswomen, her story and her advice right after this. We love to meet successful women, and today we want to introduce you to fashion and business powerhouse Emma Grede.
If you do not know her name just yet, that's okay. We can pretty much guarantee that you know her brands. Take a look. British-born Emma Grede is one of the most successful businesswomen in the world. She's CEO and co-founder of Good American, which prides itself on being the first fully inclusive fashion brand. Emma launched Good American in 2016 alongside Khloe Kardashian. The brand made $1 million the very first day. Emma is also a founding partner of Skims, the solutions-oriented shapewear brand valued last year at $3.2 billion. Her reach goes beyond fashion. Emma is also co-founder of Safely, the cleaning brand with chemical-free products. With an eye for product and marketing, Emma has made a commitment to invest in startups rooted in inclusivity, diversity, and sustainability. She made history as the first Black woman to serve as an investor on ABC's Shark Tank. And most recently, Emma was named one of America's richest self-made women by Forbes. Her favorite 2 words in the sentence? Self-made. Well, shall we focus on self-made, Miss Emma Grede? It's so good to see you. I think a lot of people, when they see someone like you, they kind of come in on this chapter, the crazy successful chapter, but they don't realize that before there was this moment, there was a lot of struggle and hard work that maybe they wouldn't have looked at and said, wow, I wish I could be that.
100%.
Tell us about that early part that brought you here.
Well, it's so interesting because I have been, working since I was 14 years old, and I'm just now finding success as I get to my, 40th birthday. And I think I really want to dispel that myth for women that, this happens overnight.
No.
It doesn't.
No.
I've done, business after business and failure after failure, and finally, you get something right. And so that's the great thing. That's the journey.
As you said, you started working when you were 14. You are the daughter of a single mom.
Single mom, four girls, one of four.
One of four. What did she instill in you, do you think, that gave you the grit to keep going? Because here's the thing, if you had quit when you were 18, 19, 24, 30, you may not be sitting here right now.
It's so true. I think the most important thing that my mother did for me and for all of my sisters was this sense of self-confidence. I was raised to honestly believe that I wasn't better than anybody else, but nor was anyone better than me. And that is the confidence that I sit with today. Running these businesses, starting things from scratch, you've got to have crazy self-confidence. And I honestly believe that's what gets me through the day.
You say you were working since 14. What job did you have?
I had a paper route. I delivered the papers. I worked in a deli, I worked in a cafe, I worked on the shop floor. It's like, you name it, I've done it.
What did those teach you, those little jobs?
Well, I think what they really teach you is perseverance and also just discipline. I started my first company when I was 24 years old, and you're going to make a lot of mistakes, but I was, I think uncompromising, and that's what all of my businesses have in common. We're trying to do something that is about breaking the mold, doing things differently, but being uncompromising, and that is just something that I learned very early on in my career.
I love that. The other thing that people may not know is that you're the mother of four.
1, 2, 3, 4. I know. I feel it every single day.
And it doesn't always look perfect. And I think if you look at Instagram, you may think, oh my gosh,
Well, not on my Instagram. I will tell you. I try to really dispel those myths because I think that as women, we're set up to fail. This idea that you can have it all of the time. I talk about this all the time, but it's really about a trade-off. I don't believe that you are perfect at business and the perfect mother and a perfect wife. It's like I have a trade-off every single day. It's like this morning I'm here. I did not take my children to school. And that's all right because actually I'm teaching my children something else. I'm teaching them the value of going out and doing something for yourself. And I think as a mum, ambition doesn't disappear just because you have a bunch of children. In fact, I never felt more ambitious than when I gave birth for the first time. I was like, well, now I know what I'm doing all this for.
Totally.
And that's part of it. But, when I think about Safely and this newest business venture of mine, that's so much about my children.
Totally.
Doing something that is, better than what's out there. I think that all of us, after the pandemic, we'd surrounded ourselves with these toxic products. And I wanted to create something that was safe to use, better for your family, and really, I'm on this mission, an absolute mission to actually make cleaning something that, we can all look forward to and to elevate your everyday.
Well, I look forward to cleaning because I have a little bit of a clean problem.
I love that.
But this stuff, by the way, because we've tried it, we have the hand soap, the dish soap, and the stuff that makes your room smell delicious. But your philosophy is find the need and fill it. That's kind of what you've done your whole career.
That is what I've done my entire career. And, this is a product that's very, very close to my heart because, like I said, everybody wants to do that little bit better for their family. And we've created a product that's entirely plant-based. It uses natural ingredients with the most unbelievable fragrances.
It smells really good.
But what's important is that it works. It's super efficacious because as a mum of four, I don't have time to do things twice. It needs to work. And so I'm very, very happy. But we've created a product that is accessible at a price point that everyone can afford. So I'm very, very happy to say.
We have to say, we is you and Kris Kardashian. Does she ever momager you? Kris Jenner.
Who has the best house, And
does she ever momager you?
No. I think she
momages... Or you'll momager each other?
Well, no, Kris just momagers everybody. But, she momagers this business, that's for sure. She was very specific about what she wanted to do. And the fragrances really came from Kris, having these beautiful smells. And I'm very happy to say that we're launching in Target this week.
Most exciting. We're going to pause, just take a little break. But I think a lot of people want some business advice from someone who started with a paper route and wound up where you are today on the Forbes list. Stick around. She's got advice for a couple of entrepreneurs coming up right after this. We're back now with Emma Grede, one of the most successful businesswomen in the world, as a recurring shark on Shark Tank. Emma knows a thing or two about emerging businesses.
So we are so excited because we are about to meet two entrepreneurs who are sharing their businesses with us, and Emma is going to weigh in a little bit of guidance, okay?
Oh, yes. All right,
so
please.
first up, can we meet Laura Diaz? Laura, come on out.
Hi, Laura.
Hi, Laura. Hi. Okay, Laura, please tell Emma, you are gorgeous.
Yes.
Tell Emma about what you're starting and how she can help.
I'm so excited to be here to present my brand, Lady. It's a fashion brand that I created that women can wear whether they're pregnant or not. So it's versatile and can be worn through a pregnancy and beyond. And the reason I created it was because within my own pregnancies, I was so frustrated that I couldn't find stylish clothing that I could wear. And you know, 9 months is such a long time to not have stylish clothing.
Exactly.
So I ended up creating my own. I am sure there's so many other women that would benefit from having stylish options during their pregnancies.
Wow.
Okay, Emma, do you have
such a need?
Yeah, Emma,
Tell
what's
me
your
question?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, I started my fashion business on a really small scale, but I've done it with the intention to create a big business like yours and serve lots of women.
Yes, you did.
My dilemma has been trying to figure out how to scale in a sustainable way.
Yeah.
So with a product that's innovative and kind of a new clothing category, would you say that it's best to create a demand by marketing and then create operations, or create systems and then create...
Good question.
Such a good question, Laura.
Great question. Well, the problem is, and the honest truth is, you pretty much have to do it all at once because you're still trying to figure out your demand in these early stages of your business. The best advice that I can give you is try to do things as quickly and as locally as you possibly can. The great news is, in America, we have such an incredible and vibrant manufacturing base, so you can do things really locally. You can figure out what your demand is and then really iterate into that, and that's what I would try to do. Keep everything as close to you as you possibly can so you can see it working.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we appreciate it. Next
Good
up,
luck.
let's meet Ozzy Okaro. Ozzy, come on out.
Hi, Ozzy. Oh, wow.
I love.
Beautiful, Ozzy.
Okay. I need all of these for my babies.
Ozzy, tell us a little bit about what you created.
Yes, this is the Cozy Dolls, and I'm Ozzy, as you know. It's a line of dolls called Dolls of Color that come in a range of skin tones and hair textures and styles. Growing up, there were no dolls that looked like me, and I wanted to create dolls that looked like my girls. I have 2 girls, and I wanted dolls that they could relate to and identify with.
Beautiful. Representation matters.
Yes,
What's your question?
My question is about brand awareness. I've been in business for a few years now, and I really want to know what your advice is for me about building my brand awareness. I do want people to be able to recognize the Cozy Dolls, and I'm a small business, and so challenges with funds to big market. I don't have a big marketing budget.
I totally understand all those challenges. And the challenges that all founders actually face in the beginning. The beautiful thing is now that we've got social media. And so it really gives almost like an equal platform for people to get their ideas out. My best advice to you would be, don't limit your audience. I think that all parents, regardless of their background, are looking for things like this now. We all want our kids to grow up with diverse toys because representation really does matter. So make sure you're marketing to the biggest possible audience and don't narrow it down. Everybody is looking for product like this now.
Oh. That's such a good point.
Good luck
oh my
with
gosh,
those
thank
dolls,
you,
too,
Ozzy.
Ozzy.
Gorgeous.
And we just want to point out one last thing about you, Miss Emma. You are part of a very kind of awesome club that gives back. Tell us about it.
Absolutely. 15% pledge. Actually, it's a non-profit that is working with businesses all over this country. And essentially what we're asking retailers to do is to put 15% of their buy towards black-owned businesses. Black people make up 15% of the population. And so we're essentially shifting the focus and shifting dollars into the hands of incredibly vibrant black founders who need retailers, that need the support. And honestly, it's one of the things that I'm most proud of. We've actually shifted over $14 billion of opportunity into the hands of black-owned businesses through our pledge take.
That's amazing.
You are incredible. We were
Thank
so
you so
happy to have
much.
all of y'all
Good
here.
luck, you guys. We can't wait to see what happens with your businesses.
Thank you, Emma. And we'll be back right after this.
Nice job, guys.
Those were good jobs, guys.
All right, coming up tomorrow, actress Katie Holmes is going to swing by.
Plus, if y'all like surprise reunions, oh my gosh, we
do.
have one. We love them. Y'all are going to love this too.
And we're going to help you find the perfect bra. See?
Who knew?
Bye.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
When we do our show, we're inviting someone to come in. We are informing you, showing the world has multiple sides and beautiful sides.
Hi, I'm Al Roker, and I'm exploring iconic dishes from all across our great country, uncovering the many stories and traditions behind America's most beloved meals on my show, Family Style. Watch tonight at 9, right here on Today All Day.
We are dishing up an easy and cheesy meal. Check it out. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Quesadilla.
Quesadillas. Do you love quesadillas? Yum, yum, yum. Tonight's quesadillas, we're gonna have some peppers, onions. I had some leftover mushrooms. We've got carrot, zucchini. I happen to be making it with ground turkey tonight. It's literally just quesadillas, whatever you wanna put in it is fine. Ready to get started? Mm-hmm. Okay. Why do you like quesadillas?
Because we can have cheese in them.
Is it just a means of eating cheese?
Yeah.
You did pretty good. That's perfect. Here, let's cut up some zucchini and we'll try it again. I'll give you some strips to cut, okay? Yeah, what's your favorite food?
Fried rice.
Fried rice? Maybe we'll make fried rice one day. What do you think? While you do that, I'm going to peel the carrot, okay?
Who picks mushrooms?
Farmers.
Oh, for us?
Mm-hmm. So you like mushrooms?
Of course I do.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice. Slice them up nice and thin like this. Guess what time it is?
Huh?
It's onion time. So I'm gonna do this onion real quick, okay? See you later. Oh, that's a gross onion.
What's in that gross onion?
Look at that. All right, no onion.
Can I see Mama?
Let me get you a taller ladder. Yeah.
With your ladder, okay? Ew, that's not loud.
I know, it wasn't that hot. Let's add a little salt and pepper. It's turkey.
Oh.
We're gonna use this instead of beef tonight because we had beef last night.
Did someone catch that turkey?
I think they caught the turkey, yeah. This on top. What do you think?
Yummy.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. Messy.
There you go.
So I'm not really hiding veggies because obviously he was chopping them all for me. But you know, he normally would like a cheese quesadilla, but you throw in the veggies and he ate it. Yeah.
He's getting so big. I feel like behind the scenes, I'm telling Dylan, I'm like, oh my goodness, he's getting so big.
He's picking up skills now.
Yeah.
That's right. He's got skills.
I know.
Knife skills.
He's going to make you something now. This time we are making a dish that's been a hit in my family for years. Enchiladas with a twist. Watch this. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Enchilada food.
Enchilada food. All right, so this is your Aunt Jenny's recipe. She showed me this recipe when she first started dating Uncle Maytag. This is a really interesting recipe. I love it. We've got leftover chicken, some baked beans, green chilies, and we're gonna do some olives. Yeah, there you go.
Is this not the best kind of thing?
There we go. Slice, slice.
Help me with this slice.
So let's set these aside and add these to our assembly line.
What's an assembly line?
An assembly line is how we set up all our ingredients so that we can make our enchiladas. I'm gonna do a tortilla.
Yay.
Okay.
2 tortillas? Why?
Because we're gonna fill up this baking dish.
And we have way more over here, right?
Yes, we do.
Guys, sprinkle it like
So-
you sprinkle it.
Yep, I'm gonna sprinkle the chicken. So we're gonna take a cream cheese. I'm gonna take one too. I'm gonna kind of break it in half a little.
Huh.
Well, then we're just gonna layer it on top of the chicken. I'm gonna take a spoonful of yummy baked beans. That's a lot. Just spread it all out.
Drizzle it. What is the taste test? Yeah.
Nice, Cal. Okay, we're gonna lift this up. Tuck it under here.
Kind of like a taco.
Like a taco.
I always do it like that.
Then but we don't have to fold the ends in, okay?
Good, that's how I always do it. Good.
Right into here. Tuck this under here. Okay, now roll it. Nice chop. And we'll transfer into here. we could fit like 4 more in here, right? Now, what do we need to put on top of enchiladas?
Sauce?
Enchilada sauce. I'm gonna put a hole in here, okay? Now, we're gonna pour this over here. What? Why isn't it coming out fast? Now watch what happens, okay? Ready? Whoa. Now everything in this is pretty cooked, so we just need it till it gets like a little crispy on the edges, nice and warmed through. Okay, ready, Cal?
Yeah. That was good.
Do you like it? It's yummy, right? It's so different. And you just watch a opinion more. Head to today.com/foodie. All right, so I know people at home are watching this like, that is a weird
You can tell people what I said.
What do you think?
It makes sense. Yeah, look, the cream cheese replaces like regular cheese. If you got the dairy, the creaminess, you'd put sour cream on or something
The
like that.
sweetness from the beans.
That's it's all good.
So Al was pleasant. I was like, Dylan, this looks nasty.
This is so good.
Very good.
No, I love it. And I know you'd be honest.
I would be honest. This is like, I would want to make this like tonight.
Right?
Yeah.
And it was pretty easy, right?
It's
Bob,
so
if you
simple.
eat those these though, by the end of the evening, it's going to be interesting.
Ah, that's funny. Can you just use like a rotisserie chicken?
I actually did just use rotisserie chicken.
Oh,
and then everything else is in a can. So
Perfect.
Really good, Dylan.
Jenny, thank you for that recipe from like 25 years ago.
This is really good.
I want to hear more about Maytag.
That's my brother.
Oh.
It's time for Cooking with Cal, and this time my little chef and I whipped up chicken parm with one secret ingredient. Ooh. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Chicken parm.
Chicken parm, yummy. First we're gonna prep the chicken, okay? What I need you to do is take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here. So let's make our breading. Here's the secret. What are these?
Crackers.
We're gonna use saltines. So before I put the crackers in the food processor, I want to use a little bit of Parmesan cheese. I'm gonna put in the breading. Pulse it. I should probably plug it in, huh? All right, put all these in there. I'm gonna sprinkle in some garlic powder. I'm gonna add a little bit of Italian seasoning. Let's put a little in, okay? Yeah, use too much. This is just
seasonings and just a little extra salt, but we don't need much salt because of the saltines. Yeah, what do you think? You can taste it. Taste it again and tell me all the flavors you taste.
Cheese, garlic,
What else?
seasoning.
Okay. Okay. Wow, good job! What are you doing to it?
Scrambling it.
Some garlic. Some pepper.
And what's this for?
This helps the breading stick on. All right, last one. We're going to fry up our chicken cutlets. Come on over here. Let's put them on like medium low. Oh, I thought you were eating a chicken. How's the cheese? Good.
Sometimes I go so much.
You're getting there, yeah.
We're working busy.
We're working really busy. Okay, so let's put this here. We're gonna add deli mozzarella cheese, not fresh mozzarella, because it ends up being too watery. So now we're gonna pop this under the broiler until it's nice and bubbly.
We're done.
Yay! Okay. Should we have one more bite? You love it? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. So there's a restaurant in Mansfield, Massachusetts. It's called Trattoria della Nonna. It's one of my favorites, and Chef Kenny gave me the secret of the saltines, and it's a game changer.
That's right. Well, you know, it's funny because Martha Stewart, in one of her books, talked about using it for crab cakes. And so then I started using meatloaf. You and Brian liked the saltine and the chicken parm for dating, when you were dating, right? Wasn't that?
I did tell everybody that when Brian and I first started dating, that's all he would ever order at a restaurant was chicken parm. Like, we'd be at like a nice fancy Italian restaurant, and he'd be ordering chicken parm.
You're married to a 12-year-old.
I was. Well, he was young. He wasn't 12. He was.
Pull up!
It's time for Cooking with Cal. We're making a family favorite, chicken piccata. It brings back some great memories because I've been making this for Calvin for a very long time. Watch. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Chicken piccata.
Chicken piccata. Back when you were 3 years old, okay, we used to record these videos where you would tell people what you were eating. And this was one of my favorites from back then. Hey, Cal, what's for dinner?
Chicken piccata.
What is that?
Lulu, carrots, and chicken. Capers.
Is there garlic in there?
Yeah, but I take them all off.
So now we're gonna tell people how to make the recipe.
Yeah.
Okay? All right, first things first, we're gonna season up the flour that we're gonna dip our chicken in, okay? What?
Can I put this in?
Now we're gonna use granulated garlic. Sprinkle a whole bunch of this. You wanna season this up nice, right? Because it's just boring flour. Put a lot of salt in here.
How much salt?
About that much. Not too much pepper.
Oh, that's a lot.
It's okay. Okay, stir this gently.
Is that garlic powder again?
Pepper.
Again? I'll take the fork.
I'll put this in.
Yes.
And now swoosh the flour over.
I'll bury you so you can't get out. So don't do that. Scoop!
We're gonna cook that in a second, but before we do that...
Garlic?
Yes.
Yeah!
Good job. Let's do the lemon first, okay?
Hiya.
We just don't want the juice, we just want the capers. Wow, this is gonna take a long time. 5 capers.
Do you have to do all of them?
I want like half the jar.
Aww.
Now we're gonna cook the chicken, okay?
We're gonna do a couple good gloves of olive oil here.
Wow. I like that. It's not splashing.
Oh, it's gonna like pop. All right, so our chicken's all cooked. We're gonna add a little bit more olive oil. So let's do this first. Burn.
But I can't have one. I can't have pizza. Why lemon juice?
Because it adds a nice little tang. Now you can add your chicken broth. I'm not gonna do it all though. Okay. This pasta water is always good in sauces. All right, final touch. Butter.
Now can I go?
Give them a flip. No, now we're gonna taste it. You ready?
This is a really tasty dinner. That's a tasty dinner.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
That's a tasty dinner.
Oh, so adorable.
He still has the same catchphrase.
Such a little
Tasty
character.
dinner.
That's a tasty.
So
this
I
is
realized,
yummy.
thank you. I realized when I posted this 2 or 3 years ago, that I never gave the recipe for it. So now we finally got to make it together.
This is really good. Honestly, I really love the noodles.
Well, thank you.
Like the flavor.
It's the sauce, it's the lemon, everything.
Way to go, Cal.
Yummy.
Well,
This is
thanks,
a win.
guys. And thanks, Katie, for recreating our meal. Go-to weeknight meals. It's so easy, it's so quick. We call it green noodles. Okay. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal with special guest, Ollie. What are we making today?
Green noodles.
Green noodles. And the thing that's so awesome about green noodles, it literally takes 10 minutes to make. It's a perfect weeknight meal. It's a perfect meal when you guys are busy, right, with after school things. And we love to make this one at the house. So, first things first, you know what these are?
Nuts?
Yes, do you know what kind of nut? These are
butterfly nuts.
They look like butterfly nuts. We're gonna toast it, and I'm gonna show you how the taste is gonna change. Let's go toast these up.
One by one?
No, the whole thing. All right.
Mommy, are we having green noodles for dinner?
All right, well, those are toasting. Let's get our garlic ready.
Okay.
Remember how to smash garlic?
The garlic hurt your eyes. They're gonna cut your finger off.
I'm not gonna cut my finger off. Very careful. Okay, perfect. Now we're gonna saute that up just like that, okay? Okay, just gonna saute these up a little bit, okay? So once our garlic is sauteed, I'm gonna put that little bit of oil and these garlics right into the blender, okay? So in the time it takes the noodles to cook, we're gonna be done with our sauce, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. I want you to cut a couple nice big chunks. This is pecorino. It was easy. This is pecorino romano. All right, Ollie, you wanna put the chunks in the blender? However you want. Not on you, in the blender, silly.
Can I throw this one in?
Yes! Nice. Good job.
The rest.
All right, let's just add a little salt,
Oh, so now
a little pepper.
Can I do?
Yep. I think we're running low on pepper, so go for it. Okay, that's good. We're gonna use the whole thing, but let's put a whole bunch in to start.
What the? Well, this is tall.
Okay, let's leave that.
This
Ready?
is the best olive oil.
This is from Italy.
Oh.
Okay. That's how we make green noodles. So smooth and so yummy and green.
It's so green.
It's so green. Pretty, right? All right, should we get a fork and try it?
Yeah. Are we done?
That's it. How easy was that? Should we try?
Is it hot?
It's hot.
Mmm.
You love it? Mm. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/
gold.
Your mouth is full. This is a fun.
Terrific.
This might be one of my favorites of all time.
Like, it makes me so happy
You
that
see all
guys
three
like
of us
it.
were like,
I know.
Oh, it's great.
This is great because it was
Really
literally
good.
something I made. My kids don't like regular pesto; it's strong.
Yeah.
But this is just stuff we had in the house, so we threw it in a blender.
Terrific.
There you
I
go.
love to see Ollie involved too. Way to go, Ollie.
Ollie was a little grumpy that day,
Oh.
so
Okay.
Ollie had we had to
He's a little cutie.
Ollie.
He's like talent. He's like real talent.
Just like me. We are whipping up a Sicilian staple that will feed the whole family twice. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Pizza.
No, it's called scacciata.
Piccata.
It's kind of like a meat pie. Normally, it's the perfect thing to have on football Sunday, and I don't add all these vegetables, but since we're gonna eat this for dinner, we're making a little bit healthier, just a little bit, okay?
Just like one bit.
Your favorite. No, remember we have a trick.
Look, we're gonna put a wet paper towel.
Done.
I'm ready to peel the carrots. Good job. Okay. Zucchini time, zucchini time.
Oh, that was easy.
Cool. Nice. Cut as close to the edge as you can. All right, now let's do the garlic. So we're gonna cook this cow on a nice low heat because we don't want it to get crispy. We want it to get nice and soft. So we're gonna use two types of cheeses. We've got Pecorino Romano and we've got Provolone. So instead of grating this, we're gonna cut it super small and then it's all gonna melt nice in the oven. All right, now, since the veggies are nice and soft, we're gonna add the pork. We're adding 3 pounds of pork. It sounds like a lot, but this is actually one of those recipes that if you just make all of this, you can freeze half of it. So the next time you make it, you just have to buy the pizza dough and the filling's already made.
Are we like making real pizza?
Well, we're making scacciata.
Scacciata.
Say like real Italian, like
Scacciata.
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 Rub all that oil in.
With what?
With your hands.
Is this how you really do it?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can I taste it?
It's all oil.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I dropped the cow. No!
Okay, now I'm just gonna drain some of this liquid and add the rest of the ingredients.
I'm not doing anything else. Oh, all of it? Like all until to the top?
All right, can you dump that cheese in here? Perfect. Just like it. All right, so I'm gonna spread this all over. Not all the way to the edge, because we're gonna roll up the edge, okay? I'm gonna take the top dough.
It's mine.
Ooh, a thumbs up. I love it. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/. Yay, remembered.
Aww, that's so
guest
cute.
appearance. Little cameo.
He's getting ready. He's been expressing interest in cooking more. You know, I made brownies the other day. He wanted to stir it. And, you know,
co-stars.
I know.
First of all, the recipe looks yummy, and there are a lot of people like me who are like, "Cal's getting so big." Like his conversation.
You haven't seen him in a few months, and
wow.
he's legit now. But this is like one of those recipes where you can hide the vegetables for the kids, and it's like pizza, but you don't feel so.
You feel good about it.
So,
There you go. I'm a morning person. I love the morning, and I love sharing that joy with our audience. You make a choice to spend time with us, and that's very special.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
So since Calvin was a baby, I've always loved the idea of making homemade baby food. So in my search for recipes online, I came across this Instagram feed, Baby Foodie, and it's run by a fellow mom, Michelle Olivier. And Michelle uses the same ingredients to make purees for your baby, and she also makes healthy dishes for your toddlers using the same stuff. So we can put them in fun bento boxes, which I'm also obsessed with right now as we think about back to school lunches. So for this week's edition of Cooking with Cal, I dipped into Michelle's recipes and whipped up lunch for both Calvin and Ollie. It is time for another edition of Cooking with...
I have a big potato. Why we have a big potato?
It's another edition of...
We can make that as a sweet potato.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal.
No, you use these things because why we have to use these things?
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. So all over my Instagram feeds, I see these adorable bento boxes. And if your kids are going back to school or if they're doing school from home again, I think filling up the bento box is a fun way to give your kids some lunch. When I cook for Calvin, I like to also turn it into a puree for Oliver. So this is going to be an awesome hummus veggie dip for Calvin, and it's going to be a nice hummus with veggies for Oliver. First things first, we have to peel the sweet potato and peel the carrots. Sweet potatoes done. Lots of carrots.
Like a bunny, right?
You are like a bunny. So these are really hard, right? Should we make them nice and soft?
Yeah.
Let me show you this cool tool we're gonna use. Oh, what is that? So I got the carrots and the sweet potato in a steamer basket in a pot filled with like 2 inches of water. Put the lid on. Let this cook for about 12 to 15 minutes until everything is nice and soft. We're gonna cut some shapes out of the pita, and then we'll have some homemade pita chips. Nice. Watch this. Nice! Oh, that's cool. Look at that. Okay, now we're gonna brush them with a little bit of olive oil, okay? We're gonna pop these in the oven until they're nice and crispy. All right, almost off. These are nice and tender. Time for the blender. The carrots and sweet potatoes in the blender. I'm going to add some chickpeas and puree Oliver's first, and then I'll add some seasonings to make Calvin's dip. I'm going to set some of this aside, and this will be for Oliver, and then we'll finish Calvin's.
Shall we clean up this mess?
So we've got our dip, got some stars, some cheese and turkey. And for dessert, some raspberries stuffed with chocolate chips. What do you think?
Yum!
You love it?
Taste yours and texture.
What do you think? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Bye.
If there's a casting agent, can you just quit this and go be like a... These are the cutest kids.
I can't just give birth to all.
You could start a whole cute little army. Golly.
I love doing those bento boxes. And Michelle is sharing more recipes with us on our Instagram. Calvin and Oliver love all of her recipes, really. So head to today.com/food. And the bonus recipe is a beet hummus, which you just throw in some beets to it, too, which makes it nice and pink. So if your kids don't like certain colors for their dips, I think...
And the bento boxes, is that how you say it, bento boxes? They look so appetizing.
They are.
Right?
To the point, it's like a grown-up Lunchable.
Yes.
You know, and you just want to eat all the little surprises that are...
It's good.
So,
Love it.
All right, on this edition of Cooking with Cal, we're making popcorn. You know, it's a super simple, easy snack. If you have the ingredients, you can make it anytime. And it's perfect to enjoy with your little ones at home. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Popcorn.
You want to make popcorn?
Yeah.
So this is the easiest recipe in the world, okay? But there's a secret. So my grandpa Ben, he lives in Nevada. He's not really my grandpa, but we called him Grandpa Ben. His secret was peanut oil.
That's not even a secret.
Why? Because we just told everybody? Yeah, good point. Let's go. Let's make some popcorn. We're gonna switch over here.
Pop, pop, banana, pop.
Okay.
Pour it.
So we're gonna pour just enough to coat the bottom of the pan. We don't want a lot.
Cool.
Just so it coats
It's like
the
you
bottom.
can't see it.
Now we have to wait, okay?
Wait, patient. Let's see which one wins.
When do you think it's gonna happen?
That side.
That side? Okay. Smells good.
Oh,
that was cute. Okay.
Why do you put it back on? It didn't pop.
Because now they're gonna pop like crazy. Running out of room in the pot. What's gonna happen?
Yeah.
What? Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll turn it off at just the right number of pops. Look at that. Ooh, careful, it's super hot over here, okay? Well, first we have to put some butter on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Daddy likes to use tub butter, whipped, salted, because it makes the best butter when it's melted. Let's start with 30 seconds.
Why do we do that?
Why? It's like mixing a salad. Okay, taste it. Does it need more salt? What do you think? A little bit more? And since we're using salted butter, we don't have to use as much salt, even though it looks like we used a lot of salt. Now,
We got more salt.
oh, good, thanks. What do you think? More salt or not more salt? I don't know, it's pretty good.
Watch a movie, guys.
You wanna watch a movie?
Yeah.
All right. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Food. Nice. Love it.
I love it. We were just talking about what you can do with your kids, right? Remember I was saying it only takes a few minutes and then they're good?
Hear the way Calvin laughed, like just watching the lid pop off the top. I mean, that's all it takes.
Yep. It's like the theme of the day.
And then you got the tequila and the Jamesons in the corner there. And
I was going to say,
there's a little something.
some Tito's back there.
Well,
Oh, the kids have
we
popcorn.
couldn't hide everything, so yeah.
Nice tequila in the background.
You did ask, can you not use peanut oil? I know you have peanut allergies in your family. Like a
You can use
canola
canola
oil would
oil.
work.
Sure.
Peanut oil just adds a nice
Taste.
flavor if you can do it. But anyway. Another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Roast beef.
Roast beef treats. Say it 10 times fast.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I've definitely told you about these on the show before, but I've never actually made the recipe, and what better way to make it than with Calvin. It's super easy. It's 4 ingredients and it's a perfect football snack. Should we make some crostini? You just want to cut these nice and thin because we're going to toast them up and you don't want them to be too hard to bite into. All right, so I need you to help me lay these all out on the tray. And I'm going to drizzle with some olive oil.
Why do we eat that?
It makes it taste delicious. A little sprinkle of salt.
I'm gonna put these in a 400-degree oven. They'll take just a couple minutes. Do not walk away. They will burn quickly. I've learned that lesson. All right, so while we're waiting for those to toast, what are these?
Pepper?
Yes. You're not a fan, are you? We're just gonna slice these into nice little strips.
Don't put it on mine, okay?
I won't put it on yours. Do you want to cut some of these for me?
No, yeah, with my knife.
Nice little toasts. We use a Calvin plate?
Yeah.
All right.
That's nobody's else's plate. No one can use my plate. Why are they putting this on my plate?
That's what we're gonna serve it on. All right, so now all we have to do is assemble. We're gonna take one of these, we're gonna put the cheese, a little roast beef, and a little roasted red pepper on top.
Don't put it on mine.
Okay. Take a chunk and wipe it off onto the toast. And then you spread it.
I'm not doing that good as you.
Yeah, but I've had a lot more practice. Let's add the roast beef.
Put that on mine, put that on mine.
You take a little bit and just pile it on top.
No.
There we go.
What? This is crazy.
Why?
Because we put this on the cheese. Weird.
This is your dad's favorite football snack.
He always wants these?
Mm-hmm. Can't make it all the time, right?
No, just sometimes.
Just sometimes. So roasted red pepper on top of each one. We'll leave these for you, okay?
Yeah. I'm just gonna have these.
Here, help me put these all on this nice little Calvin dish.
Mine are good.
Wow, you did such a good job.
I did.
In there. And here's the finishing touch, okay? A little bit of coarse salt. You want pepper?
Yeah.
And we're done.
That was quick.
Super quick. Can we eat one right now?
Just one?
Yeah, we'll eat one right now. How's that sound? Cheers. For this recipe and more, head to today.com/food. Bye-bye.
All right, it is time for Cooking with Cal. And everyone has that food that just sort of takes you back to your childhood. And this recipe, well, this is the one that does that for me. My little chef and I fished out an old family recipe.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Tuna doodle salad.
Tuna doodle salad. This is a recipe my grandmother always used to make in the summertime. So all we have to do first is boil up these noodles, but we need some hot water to do that, right?
Yeah.
So let's go turn the water on. And I boil the water. I like to put in a lot of salt.
That's gonna be so salty.
It is. It's gonna taste like the ocean. All right, let's go chop our veggies. Want to use your new peeler? Okay, don't go too close to your hand, okay? Whoa. Right there. Remember, hold it up at an angle. Yes! You did it all by yourself! Super.
I know how to cook.
Yep, it's super, super thin, okay?
That's a little fish.
Cool. Good job. Let's put our noodles in. I'm using, do you know what they call these?
No.
What do they look like? Does it look?
A roly-poly shell.
It does look like a roly-poly shell. And you know what they call these?
What?
Shells.
I like celery and tuna.
That works out good because we're putting tuna in the salad. Do you know what these are called?
No.
Scallions. See, they kind of smell like onions, right? But they don't hurt your eyes. All right, let's pop all this in. Whew, we're finally done chopping. What's in here?
Tuna.
Tuna!
Tuna salad.
We're making tuna salad. It's basically we're making tuna salad, but then we're going to add noodles to it.
Dutch.
Pop this in here. Okay, what do you think we need next?
I said noodles.
Noodles, and how about some mayonnaise? So we're gonna add a lot of mayonnaise just because I have a lot of noodles to put in here. Let's add a little salt and pepper.
Wow.
All right, let's see if the noodles are done. Can you taste it? Are they done yet?
Yeah.
Something about the noodles in this just makes it so yummy. And then we'll put it in the refrigerator and let it cool down. All right, pop it in the fridge.
Pop, pop, poppy, poppy, pop. Can it just be noodles? Can it just be noodles?
Corn tropical salad.
Is it warm?
Oh, it's cold. It's been in the refrigerator. Do you like it? Want it for lunch?
Sure.
All right. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. And peace out.
He's turned into such a big boy.
That's right.
He has. And I know I poured the hot noodles into cold mayonnaise, and I know some might find that gross, but
You're
again,
like, hey, that's how my grandma made it.
Yeah, that's how my grandma made it.
It was an extra step. I mean, my mom would do the same thing,
Yes.
but an extra step. She'd just rinse them, let them cool,
Which,
and then put them.
looking back, that could have worked just fine.
I'm sure it tastes
Yes.
just delightful.
But it tastes
Hey,
great.
and by the way, congratulations on the award you guys got.
Oh, the Taste Award. It was such a shock. We didn't even know that we were going to be, it wasn't that we were nominated. We were just awarded this award from the Taste Awards, and it was for Best New Breakout Foodie of the Year.
so cute.
Nice.
So Amy Schumer also was given an award.
That's
for that
amazing.
Good company.
So,
Good
yeah,
company.
it was
And
really
she knows about mayonnaise.
There you go. I enjoy seeing the different utensils that you're using with Calvin.
We
because
just gave him a sharp knife, but he's got that shield.
finger guard.
Yeah, the finger guard to protect
That's
his
brilliant.
fingers, so.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
It's time now for Cooking with Cal. My little baker and I are spilling our secrets on my tried and true chocolate chip cookies. Take a look.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal, and what are we making today?
Chocolate chip cookies.
Okay, so I know everyone has their own chocolate chip cookie recipe. This is one I've been trying to perfect for years. So instead of using just regular flour, I'm going to use half regular flour and half cake flour. All right, so we already have the regular flour in here. We need to add the cake flour.
I do not eat cake flour,
I don't
right?
think anybody likes to eat plain flour. So let's fill this up to a cup. Pour that in.
No, you have to flat.
So we're not gonna flatten it this time because I like to put a little bit extra flour because it makes it a bigger, fatter cookie. Cool. Let's add salt.
Already? Wow.
You know what this is?
Baking soda.
Good job, buddy. Wow. You just want to get it combined, so the salt and the baking soda and the flour. It's combined, but keep it on the bowl, okay? All right, here's secret number 2. Instead of all butter, we're going to use half butter and half vegetable shortening. Even though it's equal parts sugar and brown sugar, you use a little extra brown sugar than regular sugar. And I think you just stole my little extra sugar.
That's okay, right?
Come on, count with me.
1, 2, 3.
That's sugar. You know what this is?
Vanilla.
Mmm.
I just think we spelled the extra.
Not too strong first. Just let it get combined. There we go. Okay, ready? Dump those eggs in.
Then I can have a lot.
Well, not a lot, because there's raw eggs in here.
Then it's gonna be yummy.
A little bit. Which part of the chocolate chip cookie recipe don't we have in here yet?
Chocolate chip.
Yeah. See how fluffy it is? So I don't know if this is quite a secret, but we could call this secret number 4. I like to leave a big blob of cookie.
Blob.
Big blob, right? Secret number 5. You have to put these in the refrigerator for at least an hour so they harden up nicely, and then they go right from the refrigerator into the oven. Last secret is they go in a 375-degree oven for exactly 14 minutes. Even if they don't look done, you take them out.
Yummy.
What do you think?
Good.
You love that? For these recipes and more, head to
Data on Slash Food.
I trained him well.
That's so cute. Okay,
so I
I'm
am
waiting.
very particular about my chocolate chip cookies. These ones, although I made them Sunday, so they're not as fresh and they're better warm.
It's a good cookie.
But it's like fluffy on the inside, crispy on the outside. I know
I would buy these.
Particular. You would?
Yeah, they're that good.
Or I could just make you some more.
This was really good, Dylan.
I'm glad you like it.
And you're so particular about your chocolate. People don't realize, like, she does not share the chocolate chip cookie recipe.
I know. I'm happy to put it out there.
You're a giver.
I am. So
This
try
is
it.
really
See what you
good.
like, tweet me. Put it on Instagram. I don't
Really
know.
good.
Let me know what you think of this. I decided to make one of our favorite Italian desserts with a kid-friendly twist. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Tiramisu, baby.
Tiramisu. It's actually full of coffee. So we're gonna make your version with some chocolate milk.
Yeah.
Are you so excited?
Yeah.
All right, so first things first, let's make the filling. Do you remember to crack eggs? Crack that into the bowl, please.
Oh no, what's that mean?
There we go.
That's not my best egg.
Not your best. No. There we go. There we go. Well done.
This egg and who?
One.
4, 5.
Cool. You like the sugar? Now we're gonna use a special kind of cheese. It's called mascarpone. It's like an Italian cream cheese. Get it started. Okay. So that's our filling. Now we're gonna make the cake part. Made some coffee earlier, so I'm gonna use coffee. All right, I'm going to add a little bit of coffee liqueur. You can also use rum or brandy. You're gonna use milk and chocolate. I'll pour that in. I'll tell you when. Oh, I meant I'll tell you when to stop. Okay, go ahead. Give a good couple of squirts. That's good. Mix it together. You take a couple packs. I'm gonna take a couple packs. Why do you think they call them lady fingers?
Because they're tiny.
And they look like fingers. Put this in here.
Put this in here.
Okay. Now you don't want it to get too wet, okay? Okay, now take it out and lay it down like I did mine. Make sure you get both sides. I'll put a little bit of mine on here. Just spread a nice layer.
Oh yeah. Boca baco mi camo camo.
Now let's do our next layer of ladyfingers. I think we have just the right amount of milk here. So did you like tiramisu when you had it in Italy?
Loved it.
Yeah.
Let me look.
Good job, Calvin.
It's not enough.
It's a dusting. Put this in the fridge and let it chill together and all the flavors kind of combine. And then we'll have it for dessert. Do you like it?
Me too.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/.
This is
little-
really
This is
good.
great.
Thank you.
I had to stop eating it because
You
it's
heard that
so
little
good.
cry in the background? That was Rusty screaming for more.
Oh,
because
really?
The chocolate milk version. I mean, you're not a huge coffee fan, so
I
you
don't
should
like
really
coffee.
try the chocolate milk.
And look at me, I don't even like tiramisu. This is amazing. It's that good.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
It is one of the longest running food shows on the Food Network. Folks love watching the up-and-coming chefs beat Bobby Flay, or at least they tried to. He's invited some fellow celebrity chefs to give it a go on his new show, Beat Bobby Flay Holiday throwdown.
And today, Bobby's going to throw down in our kitchen with some chicken parm. Everybody loves chicken parm. Bobby, good to see you, man.
Thank
How
you
are
so much. So good to be here. It's holiday season.
It is.
Yeah.
Do you cook a big turkey for Thanksgiving?
I do. Thanksgiving is my. It's my favorite day of the year. Actually, I'm going to be here next week.
Oh, good. Oh,
in the
yeah.
There's going to be a lot of food in this place.
Okay, good.
Man,
I'll be back then. I'll be back.
So we're going to make chicken parm. This is a dish, obviously, I call this chicken parmigiano as opposed to chicken parmesan. It's a little bit cleaner version of the classic. And I just put this on my menu in Amalfi in Las Vegas. Okay, so a couple of things. You look like you're not going to cook. You have your hands in your pocket. You want to do this?
I
okay.
love especially chicken parm.
So chicken cutlets. Okay, this is classic. So flour, eggs, breadcrumbs, and so you set up a dredging station. You season every single.
Each part of it? Okay,
yes, exactly. Because otherwise it's bland. So you go. So the flour to the egg.
Is that bad?
No, you're doing great.
You gotta get in there,
you can tell that Willie cooks. He's in there.
He's in it. And now what?
Okay, and then the eggs hold on to the panko breadcrumbs. Exactly. And then you let that sit there for a second, and we just put it in the oil. I'm actually using avocado oil more these days than canola oil. And, I mean, they say it's better for you, so I say, okay, why not? Okay, so.
Are people laughing at my cooking? I think I'm doing great.
I don't know. What are they laughing about?
Get your hands dirty.
Okay, so you want to make sure
just your hands, really.
So every culture has their own version of chicken cutlet, right? So we have. I've lost them. Thanks for coming.
I'm with you.
Okay, so every culture has their version of chicken cutlet. Obviously, this is sort of an American-Italian version. We're gonna make tomato sauce. I have 3 ingredients in my tomato sauce: onions, garlic, and then some crushed tomatoes. And I let this cook for about 45 minutes.
How do you crush them with the potato masher?
First you let it cook for about 25 minutes so they soften. Okay. And then I crush them with a potato masher so it actually has texture.
Yeah.
And then I put like a little sugar. This is very controversial. Some people say don't ever put sugar in your tomatoes, but you know what? If they're acidic, you want a little sugar to bounce it out.
Okay.
Okay. So then we have the chicken cutlet, and then I take some buffalo mozzarella.
Look at that.
And I just put it right on top. Now here's the thing that I do. You see, I leave some of the crispy bits uncovered because we want that good contrast of texture.
Crunchy, yeah.
Exactly. We put it in the oven. I love this kitchen. You put it in this oven, and then it comes out of this oven right here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here it is. So then we take some of the tomato sauce, and instead of dousing it all over the chicken and then ruining that crispiness, I put the tomato sauce on the bottom. And the cheese is melted on top. And then see, it's a much cleaner version.
Yeah,
a little bit of fresh basil and a whole bunch of Parmigiano Reggiano cheese.
Look at that.
May I start, chef?
Yes, you can.
Must.
And then some fresh arugula because this is a very healthy dish. And then a little bit of
just olive oil on top.
And there we go.
Can I sneak in here, Bobby?
Get in there.
Let me try.
Oh, Bobby.
Thank you. Is it yummy?
So good.
Yeah, I mean, see, here's the thing. The really nice thing about it is you get obviously the acidity, the sweetness of the tomatoes. You get that crispy contrast, the texture on the chicken, and of course that fresh mozzarella.
It feels a little light, which you can't always say for a chicken parm.
Well, the thing about chicken parm, and you and I sort of share that love of chicken parmesan, you know, where it's kind of doused in all that cheese and tomatoes. But this is to me, this is like a Tuesday night version of the Sunday night meal.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Did I hear you're in a movie?
Wait,
Bobby Flay is in One Delicious Christmas.
Let me tell you something.
Come on.
Yes, the Oscar buzz has been so overwhelming.
Wait, what are you talking? Who do you play yourself?
I play Tom Kingsley, who is a food critic. It's called One Delicious Christmas. Yes, they wanted me to act. I said don't do it, but they said please do it. So here it is.
So when do you see that and where?
It's coming on November 11th, Discovery Plus.
Oh, it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah,
Discovery
exactly.
Plus.
Oh, yes.
So cool.
Viewing everywhere. There'll be viewing parties all over the place
about
for One Delicious Christmas.
Bobby,
how do you really feel about a food critic, though?
I love food critics.
Okay.
Yes, we love food critics.
Thank you, Bobby. Make this recipe at home. Go to today.com/food.
Thanks, Bobby. Great to see you.
We're back with Today Food, and one of our very favorite guests, our pal, Bobby Flay.
I'm so excited. He's an award-winning chef, the author of 216 best-selling cookbooks.
216?
And we can't forget about his hit show, Beat Bobby Flay. By the way, new episode tonight where 2 chefs go head-to-head in the kitchen for a chance to face off against the master himself.
This morning, Bobby is sharing a fantastic pasta dish with us. Good to see you, Mr. Flay.
Good to see you guys.
Bobby. Thanks for waking up early. What
are we cooking, honey?
So we're making a baked pasta. It's one of those dishes that I think is fantastic for like a Sunday night meal. It's very, very comforting. and it's something that can feed the whole family. So let's get started. It's going to be rigatoni. It's going to be some hot Italian sausage, some broccoli rabe, and some tomato sauce. A little vodka sauce in there as well. So I'm going to start off by cooking some rigatoni in some salt and water. You know, you've seen this a million times in the Today Show. Lots of salt in your water. Make sure it's boiling. Abundance of water. We're going to cook the rigatoni for about 8 or 9 minutes. Well, while that's cooking, we're going to get our sauce going. So we have some hot Italian sausages that I've cooked off a little bit. Some tomato sauce. I've made my own, but if you have a good quality tomato sauce that you like, you can definitely use that as well. And we're going to add a little bit of vodka. This is that, one of the most classic Italian-American pasta dishes is pasta alla vodka. It's basically a tomato sauce with a little bit of vodka in it and a touch of cream. So it almost becomes like a little bit of a pig sauce. Really delicious.
What does the vodka do to it?
What's that?
What does the vodka do to it, Bobby?
The vodka actually helps emulsify the cream in the tomato sauce so it doesn't separate. It's sort of a binder in a sense. And also, it's like, I mean, who doesn't want to cook with vodka? I mean,
There you go.
So basically, you're making like a creamy tomato sauce with the hot Italian sausage, and then just because we want to make sure that it's nice and healthy, I'm going to put some broccoli rabe in there as well.
Okay.
And then we're going to take this sauce, I'm going to pour it right over the cooked pasta. This is some rigatoni that I had, cooked ahead of time. So we're going to cover the pasta in the sauce, and I'm going to add some fontina cheese to it.
Yum.
And this is all going to go into a casserole dish. And I love cooking things. I call it oven to table, where you create something in the kitchen, you put it in an earthenware or some sort of oven-proof dish like this one.
So, Bobby, did you cook that pasta al dente because it's going to be cooking longer in the oven?
Yes, that's a great point. You want to cook it a little bit undercooked, so maybe like 3/4 of the way, because it's going to sit in the sauce. It's going to bake in the oven at about 350 degrees, and on top we're going to put some grated mozzarella and some Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, and then we're going to go to the oven.
Hey, Bobby, how do you keep it from sticking on the bottom?
Oh, it's not going to stick because there's lots of tomato sauce in there. It's going to be totally fine.
Oh,
and actually, if it gets a little crusty on top, that's actually a good thing. It's like like when you have the lasagna and the edges and the crispiness around the side. What do you always want that part of it? You definitely get a little bit of this as well. You want to let this bake in the oven about 350 degrees for about 15 to 20 minutes, because don't forget, the pasta's already cooked, the sauce is already hot. We're just heating it up, and then at the last second, for the last 3 or 4 minutes, turn your oven up to broil. Pour yourself
cook the top.
This is part of the recipe, by the way. And then take out your pasta, and you can see this is what it's going to look like.
Let's see.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, I hope
that's what I'm talking about.
I hope you're watching this at home. Make
Fresh
this.
herbs.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Oh, it's delicious.
Make it out this weekend.
Yum.
And then basically, you can just take a little bit and just kind of put it in a bowl. Look at that, nice and chewy, cheesy.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I mean, after looking at that, Bobby, it's amazing that anybody beats you on Beat Bobby Flay.
Yeah.
How's it going over there?
Beat Bobby Flay is great. We've done close to 400 episodes, which is insane. But I have to tell you, I'm having more fun than ever. It's so great to be able to welcome, chefs from all over the country to come in and take me down. It's actually way more fun when I lose, because the chefs are so excited. It's great for their community when they win. They usually have viewing parties in their local community. It's great. Beat Bobby Flay has been so much fun for me for the last,
Does your girlfriend like watching it?
You guys, Carson asked me if my girlfriend was awake. The only person awake right now in LA is me, cooking baked pasta for you. It's 5:50 in the morning.
Well, if you would just pull that sausage out of that dish, then she'd have a dish that she could eat if you were a little more thoughtful.
Actually, Carson, you know what? You've actually done your research, because Christina does not eat meat.
I know that.
Yes. So take the sausage out of here, she's all good.
There you go.
We just put a picture of her there as well.
Well, last time Bobby was on, he was very secretive about this whole relationship.
Yeah.
Then he spilled his guts to People Magazine. Now it's fair game.
Oh,
so she's lovely, lovely lady.
Hey, Bobby, real quick, we loved your restaurants in New York City. So amazing over the years. Anything new on the horizon? Anything we can look forward to?
In New York City, we're sort of in a wait and see kind of thing right now for New York, because I've always had restaurants in New York my entire adult life, And, we're just going to see what happens. I just opened a Malfi in Las Vegas about 5 or 6 months ago. That's going really well. And listen, New York has my heart. So at some point, we'll be back there.
All right. We look forward to that.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thank you, Bobby.
This morning on Today Food, the one and only Bobby Flay. For decades, we've watched him create some of our favorite dishes on countless TV shows and more than a dozen cookbooks. His latest is called Sundays with Sophie, and it takes us inside the Flay family kitchen, a collection of dishes inspired by meals with his daughter. Bobby, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, this has got to be near and dear to you. Does Sophie cook too? You've been teaching her your skills?
Yes, she does. So Sundays with Sophie. Sophie's basically standing in for everybody. The idea is that it's Sunday meals or just meals for the family around the table. And actually, I devised a lot of these recipes during the quarantine because, like everybody else, I was cooking 3 meals a day at home. And so the recipes are incredibly simple, and they're really built for the home cook.
Oh, good. I love that. Okay, simple. You had me at hello.
Okay.
Talk about this poached egg. This is cacio e pepe poached eggs.
Cacio e pepe poached eggs. So cacio e pepe simply means cheese and pepper.
Yes.
We usually see it classically on pasta.
Yeah.
But everybody's cacio e pepeing everything.
Now, is this a breakfast or is this? I know. Is this breakfast or is this dinner?
No. This is like breakfast or brunch, or like it could definitely be like a late night. Listen, there's plenty of times I love eggs for dinner.
Me too.
And so basically what I do is I make a vinaigrette. This is very simple. So it's some white vinegar, some honey, some shallots, okay? This reminds me of when we did our cooking thing together.
I know, remember?
I know.
Do you want me to stir that? I can do that now.
Yeah, sure, go right ahead. Exactly.
Look at me whisking.
And then some olive oil. And then we're gonna add some Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, of course. And then some cracked black pepper. So there's the cheese, there's the cacio and the pepe, so to speak.
I mean, this is
Black
delicious
pepper.
right here. And this is our little dressing.
Exactly, there you go. So then we're gonna poach some eggs. And a lot of people are
I'm intimidated. All right, show me.
So it's 2 ingredients. One of them is water, the other is some vinegar. Okay. And the vinegar is going to help the egg, this is my big word of the day, coagulate the egg.
Oh, okay.
So that kind of brings it to
a little bit. Do you guys know how to poach an egg?
No,
Al, I know you do.
no,
Raise your hand if you can poach an egg.
Al can.
Okay, yeah.
Al poaches eggs with his eyes closed.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna just, and here's a little tip. I crack the eggs and I first put it into a little ramekin because if I break it, I don't want to put it in here.
Oh, true.
And a lot of times you do that if you just kind of go right into the water.
Okay.
So we're gonna let those poach. They poach for just like I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes. And the best thing to do is kind of just do a little whirlpool so it gets a really beautiful shape.
Seems like it'd be hard to get those out.
Oh no, they come right out.
Really?
As soon as you can get them out, you just take them out. It's very, very simple.
Okay.
Should be no problem.
Okay.
We have some toast over here.
All right.
Okay. So sourdough bread, some kind of country loaf. I like mine like slightly thick, maybe, I don't know, maybe sort of like 1.5 inches or so like that. And then just some, good quality olive oil on the bread.
Yeah.
And then some salt and pepper. And this is one of the things that people forget. When they're making toast, don't forget to season it as well. Salt and pepper your toast. Like, bring out the flavor of that delicious bread that you have.
I never do that. Okay.
Exactly. Okay. So we have the toast. I put a little more.
You just roast this in the oven, or you put this in like the toaster oven?
So you can put it in the oven, you can put it under the broiler, or you can just put it in the toaster.
Got it.
I think a toaster is probably the best case scenario, right?
It works.
What's happening over here? Should we get these out?
You can do that if you want, but we're down here.
Okay. I was just concerned about that.
This is Savannah in the kitchen right here.
Distracted.
Coming to Food Network. Okay, so we have a garlic clove, and I just rub the garlic clove a little bit on the bread, just to give it a little bit of flavor.
Yep.
You know, this is a very savory meal. A little more olive oil, and then we take our poached eggs, and we put the poached eggs right on top. Whoops! Right on top of our bread.
Okay.
And then we take our dressing.
Yes. Okay. Now this is the good stuff.
And this is where all the flavor comes in. Okay.
Oh, yum.
Just
How do they
pour that
taste, you guys?
right over there.
Finished it.
Really good.
Some Parmigiano.
Oh my.
Some fresh chives.
I mean, come on.
Can you make the dressing ahead of time, though?
Absolutely. And of course you can use it for salads or you
I
can
was
put
about
it
to
on
ask
dish or
that.
vegetables.
Anything.
Absolutely. Very, very versatile.
Okay.
But this is what I was doing at home. It's like, you know,
So yummy.
you're at home, like you just take the ingredients that you have in your cupboard and you make dishes, and this was one of them.
Okay. Well, that looks. Should I have a bite?
Yeah.
I'm so worried about those other.
Dive
eggs.
in and go grab them.
Okay. I
You'll be
just don't
okay
want
with
them
all
to
yours.
You got to cut it.
Okay. Here we go. Someone else gonna have to read
Gets
this.
gooey. Gets gooey.
Gets good.
It's fantastic. Fantastic.
So yummy, Bobby.
Wow, that's a GIF right there.
Someone's working on it.
You can catch
Wow.
Bobby again
On the
on
third
our
hour.
third hour. You can also get us recipes, today.com/food.
This morning at Today Food, our friend Bobby Flay. Bobby Flay is here with an easy meal to make the entire family happy. He's also out with a new show. It's called Bobby's Triple Threat. It's where he challenges some really talented chefs to go up against his hand-picked culinary
That's
titans.
awesome.
He also has a brand new cookbook out. It's called Sundays with Sophie that he wrote with the help of his little daughter.
Oh.
Bobby, always good to have you. It's not really fair to call Sophie little anymore.
No, she's 26.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
She'll be calling you after this.
Yes. Yes, Sophie.
Yeah.
What was the impetus behind the cookbook?
Well, you know, I did all these recipes because during quarantine, like everybody else, I was cooking 3 or 4 meals a day at home. And finally, I actually decided to write them down. But the great thing about it is I was basically utilizing all the things at my fingertips. And so the recipes are incredibly simple. It's really Sophie, it's Sundays with Sophie, but Sophie's basically standing in for everybody. They're family meals.
So what are we making?
So today we're making a creamy rigatoni. We have some spicy sausage in there as well, some roasted eggplant. So it's healthful, it's spicy, it's got big flavors, and it's easy to make. So
People tend to be afraid of eggplant.
they do tend to be afraid of eggplant, but this is actually a very quick and easy way to cook it, Al. Just take a little bit of olive oil over some diced eggplant. I put a little salt and pepper, and
So
you
you don't
put
even peel it.
No, you don't have to peel it. And I put it in the oven
That's it.
For about 30 minutes, and it roasts. And it gets really nice and soft, and you can reserve it, okay? Then we have some spicy sausage that I saute and, get nice and brown, try to get a little color on the outside, make sure it's cooked all the way through, and then you have these sort of juices in the bottom. And then because, it's the fall, I want to make it sort of a little bit heady, so I'm going to add a little red wine to start.
What kind of wine do you use?
I use a good table wine. It could be a Pinot Noir or Cabernet. It doesn't really matter. And then something that you want to eat.
Standing back just because I have
stand
a white
by.
dress
You have a
on.
white dress on, and then some tomato sauce, and then you let the tomato sauce and the red wine cook together. Picks up all that flavor.
Any secret to your homemade tomato sauce?
3 ingredients: onions, garlic, tomatoes.
That's it.
That's it?
And you taste them. If they're a little acidic, I put a pinch of sugar. I know that's controversial, but let's
it tastes good.
Exactly right.
Do you break them up in a blender, or do you?
I crush them with like a potato masher while they're cooking.
Could you use canned if you?
I definitely use canned.
Okay.
Absolutely, canned tomatoes are good. So we have our roasted eggplant. We put it in here with the sausages and the tomatoes, and then we have some rigatoni. It doesn't have to be rigatoni.
Why do you like the rigatoni for this?
I like rigatoni because it has a little bite to it, and also the holes running through it actually pick up some of the sauce. Then we're going to add a little creme fraiche to this, so we can make it creamy. Don't get that on your beautiful white dress.
I'm still standing back.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
And then some Parmigiano Reggiano cheese.
Oh, Bobby.
Oh man. Are you kidding?
That's
Some
money.
basil.
That's
I'm
money.
here for
Oh
comfort.
my
I'm
God.
here for comfort.
I'm very
Some fresh
comfortable.
oregano.
Very
Very
comforting.
comforting.
You guys, you're like,
God.
let them cook. We're gonna go eat. That's it.
Yeah.
We're like, that's enough, Bobby.
You need all that help.
You guys have like a 4-course meal every single day on the show. It's the
We're
greatest
like,
place
it's time
in
to
the
eat
world.
now, Bobby.
But you were one of the first people in the last hour who actually made breakfast for us during a breakfast.
We were so taken
That's
aback.
true.
We're like,
It's very
what?
rare.
Breakfast is very important in the morning.
But look, it
this
was
is
pretty
delicious.
simple to make, and this is amazing.
Thank you
My
very
kids would
much.
love this.
And again, I had some ingredients, and that's what I came up with. And so the book is really about simple ingredients, and it gets the family around the table. And to me, that's the most important
Which is
thing.
the most important.
Yeah.
Could you make like a double batch of the sauce and the sausage and then freeze it?
Absolutely. You can definitely freeze the sauce for sure, and then when you want to use it, a couple weeks later, or whatever, thaw it out. But this is also a great family style. Big bowl of this for Sunday dinner.
man.
Bobby.
Make it happen.
Thank you, Bobby
The
Flay.
whole
Thank you,
family
thank
will
you.
love this.
We're back with Today Food, joined by one of our favorite chefs, our Bobby Flay.
That's right. He's got a new book out next week called Beat Bobby Flay. Conquer the kitchen with 100 plus battle-tested recipes.
Yeah, this morning, Bobby's teaching us how to win in the kitchen with one of his all-time favorite dishes. Bobby, just when you think you know everything about chili, you're going to do something. Is it a secret ingredient? Is it like, are you going to add some coffee grinds to it? Or are you going to, what are you doing? You're just taking the meat out? You're robbing us?
Well, it is a vegetarian dish, but Carson, you have to understand, first of all, on Beat Bobby Flay, I don't get to decide what the signature dish that we're cooking is. It's the other chef.
Oh, that's right.
So I got challenged to vegetable chili, and also my girlfriend doesn't eat meat, so, I got to adjust.
Smart. So how do you make it good?
Smart man.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, so come on over. So I'm going to start by making the base of the chili. I always say everything good starts with onions and garlic, so we're going to start with some onions and garlic, and then some tomatoes as well. And of course, you need to bring some spices into the game.
And Bobby,
So I have things
who's your
like
girlfriend?
You buried the lead. Wow.
Just kidding.
I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to go there.
Well, you brought it up.
She's going to rename nameless for now.
Okay.
But thanks for
I'm
asking.
just going to Google it. I'll have it by the end of this segment.
Wow.
All right. So
The
go
chili
ahead. When
went
do you
right
put
out
the
the
meat
window.
in?
Sure did.
Nothing remains
Where'd
nameless,
you meet
Bobby.
her?
It's
How'd you meet?
2021.
How'd you guys meet?
Anyway, so then you add a dark beer to the chili, which is one of those secret ingredients, right? And then this becomes the base of it. Now, Carson was asking, like, you rob us of the meat, but you can use things that are vegetables that actually give us the texture.
Very
of the
attractive.
Meat like.
So we're going to
Carson found her. Carson found her on the internet.
We're
I
not
will
going to
not
say it
say
out
the
loud.
name,
We
but
promise.
very impressive.
No, he didn't.
He did. He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vegan
so
or
we have,
vegetarian?
No.
You really are dating up, Bobby. You are really dating up.
You are a lucky man.
All right, so
This guy went off the rails.
mix.
What vegetables are you using there, Bobby, to replace
So thank
the
you
meat?
so much, Al. Thank you so much. So we have eggplant and portobello mushrooms because they have that sort of meaty texture. We're going to add that to the chili as well. And we're going to let this cook for a little while. And then basically what happens is you have the base of the chili, and it looks and feels like chili. It tastes like chili, but it's completely meatless. And then the thing I love about chili is that it becomes like this canvas for all these like really cool garnishes that you can put on top, which is really the key, right? So
That's beautiful.
we have some yogurt that has a little bit of shishito peppers in it and some lime juice. We want that nice cooling effect. And I have some avocados in here with some diced red onions and some chilies. I'm going to put some avocado on top. It's almost like the chili becomes a vehicle for all these cool things that you want to eat. A few tortilla chips for some crunch. You got to make sure you have that crunch going.
Hey, Bobby,
And
does
a little
the
bit of
chili
Mexican style
take
cheese.
less time because it's vegetable-based than a meat-based one would?
It does, Al, because if you're cooking something like eggplant or portobello mushrooms, it's going to cook a lot quicker. You just want to make sure that the mushrooms and the eggplant cook all the way through, because then it absorbs all the flavor from the base of the chili itself. You want to cook at that dark beer. You want to get some of that earthiness as well, and then you start to garnish it. A little bit of lime zest on top. So you have some acidity, you have some spiciness, you have a little sweetness, all the good things, and it's a very warming dish. I have to say, like when I first heard that I had to make vegetable chili on Beat Bobby Flay, I was kind of bummed out because I am a meat eater, and but I have to say, like the eggplant and the mushrooms do a great job of substituting it. And of course, it's a little bit healthier. I mean, people are eating a lot more vegetables.
I was going to say, is plant-based having its moment now, Bobby?
Oh, it's unbelievable. As a chef, we constantly have to adjust to the trends of the way people are eating. And I will say one thing, people are eating healthier and healthier, and I don't think that's ever going to go in reverse. I think it's only going to keep going in that direction.
Bobby.
So we have to really get very comfortable with cooking vegetables in lots of different ways.
Yeah, what did your girlfriend say when she tried that first bite? I was just curious.
He's trying to help you here. Trying to help a brother out.
What did she say?
You know what? I haven't made this for her yet, to be perfectly honest. But it's on the dock. Well, it's been the summer now. Now it's getting a little bit.
You're right.
Well, is she there right now? You tell her give it to her.
No, she's not here. But Karen, thanks so much for asking. You're the best.
Kidding. Bobby, we love you so much. It's just so fun to tease you.
Does she have a key to the elevator?
What else is in your book? We have a couple seconds. What other kind of recipes? Are they all vegetarian?
There's all kinds of things, from like peri-peri chicken to shrimp and grits. There's some great desserts like a spiced chocolate pudding, eggplant rollatini. I mean, Salisbury steak. There's really classic home style dishes, and then there's a couple of things in that are a little bit fancier. But it's if you're a fan of the show, I mean, Al's been on the show a couple of times. It's such a fun show, and we've shot over 500 episodes.
Wow. Cool.
And,
You've only lost
so
twice.
obviously they're not all in this book. This is volume 1. So hopefully there'll be more volumes.
It's a terrific book.
It's a great show. It's a great book.
Thank you, Bobby.
Good luck with the relationship.
You guys are the best.
no matter what time it is, it's always a good time for barbecue. So we called in one of our favorite barbecue experts, executive chef and owner of Pig Beach, Matt Abdu.
We love our Matt Abdu. He's showing us a delicious brisket beef stew that's perfect to whip up this weekend. Check it out.
Hey guys, that's right. Barbecue season is all season long, but there's nothing quite like a hearty, warm beef stew to warm you up on one of these cold winter nights. So in front of you today, we're taking beef stew and kicking it up to the next level by using my favorite cut of barbecue meat, the king of meats, the brisket. Now, what I love about this is that I find that the brisket is one of the most perfect meats to stew, as well as slow, low cook with some smoke for barbecue. But there's two things I want to make certain that everybody out there knows about the brisket. Within this big cut of meat I have in front of me here, there's two pieces primarily. There's what's called the flat and what's called the point. The point is that part that you all know and love is the moist or the fatty part of the brisket. And that's the part of the brisket we want to make the stew with, because it's going to make those beautiful, moist, delicious beef cubes. So we're going to cut away the flat, and then you can see within this big piece of that point, there's all this beautiful marbling in the fat. We're simply just going to take this, cut it into about 1-inch cubes or so, 1.5 to 1-inch cubes or so. And you can leave all that fat in there. It's all going to render out beautifully well. And then we're going to take this, season it up with some salt and pepper, and toss it in flour. The next step, in our big Dutch oven pot, you want to use around a 7-quart Dutch oven pot or larger. Bring it up to about medium-high heat with a 1/2 cup of vegetable oil. We're going to take those brisket point cubes, that nice, fatty, moist, beautiful, delicious brisket cubes, toss them in salt, flour, and pepper, and brown them off until they're nice and evenly golden brown on all sides, like you see here. In this pan, after the meat's been all browned, all these delicious brown bits and goodness, that's what's called the fond. That's incredible flavor. To that, we're going to add in about 4 to 5 cloves of smashed garlic and get that until it's nice, aromatic, and lightly golden brown. And then this is the secret, guys. We're going to take some tomato paste, and we're going to fry it up in that oil until it becomes nice and sweet. This is going to help develop so much beautiful sweetness and flavor in the stew. A little bit of tomato paste really does go a long way. We're going to cook that for about 2 minutes or so, and then it's time to deglaze the pan, meaning we're going to choose some liquid to get all those little brown bits up off the bottom. We're going to take a little sherry vinegar, add it all in there, and then 1.5 cups of red wine. Any kind of wine you like to drink is best to cook with. Obviously, you don't want to use something that's crazy expensive, but use what you can afford and what you have at your house. We're going to take this and reduce this down for about 10 minutes or so until it gets nice and thick. At that point, guys, all of these beef chunks that we've just browned up are going to go back into the stew once this is reduced down, and we're going to cover it with 4 cups of beef broth, store-bought or homemade, whatever you have, and 2 cups of vegetable broth. Now, here's another secret, guys, something that I love that just really amps up all the flavor in this stew, is I'm going to take one of those packets of that French onion soup mix, and we're going to add it in right to there. Put the lid on it, bring it up to a simmer, let it cook for about 1.5 hours. Then after 1.5 hours of cooking, you're going to take the lid off. We're going to add in the rest of our vegetables. We have some large diced carrots, large diced celery, and some pearl onions. I love the pearl onions because they give such a beautiful visual within that stew of like a nice pop of color, as well as a nice bite to it. And then after that, guys, we're going to let it finish cooking for another 45 minutes or so until you have, check this out, the most beautiful, gorgeous, hearty beef stew you've ever had in your life, being made with brisket. The flavor is going to knock your socks off. Absolutely incredible. Something so good. Serve it up alongside with some of your favorite mashed potatoes or buttered egg noodles. And guys, I'm telling you right now, you're in Happyville with this brisket red wine braised beef stew, the perfect dish to warm you up during these cold winter months. I promise you, it's definitely worth one making at home. Back to you guys in the studio. I hope you guys enjoy this recipe, and lots of love to y'all.
Today food, we are back, and did you guys know that Italian beef, the sandwich, it's booming in shops all across the country, all thanks to the show, the series on FX called The Bear. It's about a young superstar chef who leaves the world of fine dining to take over his family's sandwich shop in Chicago. Now, the house specialty of the shop is Italian beef, and people on the show and in real life are dying to get their hands on this sandwich. So we asked our buddy Matt Abdu, who literally Uncle Al and I talk about Pig Beach once a week around here. Are we going this weekend? Should we go see Matt this weekend?
Yes.
We're always talking about you.
Yes, you should.
Executive chef of Pig Beach. By the way, new locations in New York and West Palm Beach. Bear is a show that you like to watch too.
Oh God, it was so good. It was so true to form on so many ways that when that show came out, I was just like, oh my God, I crushed the whole season in two nights. Jeremy, the main actor, just did such an incredible job. It was so cool to watch.
watch.
What is the history of the Italian beef? Like, it came into my life much later through, we would order it from Portillo's, which is another place in Chicago.
Well, that's one of the most iconic places that did it and had this huge claim to fame. But essentially, it's like a hot roast beef sandwich that's dipped in this beautiful beef broth and finished on this nice crusty bread from like this famous bakery in Chicago. And it's just all those great things. You got that beautiful beefy meat. You got these pickled vegetables on top, a little bit of heat.
Let's get into it. How do you make this at home,
Let's do it. So this is our version. This is what we've been running at our Pig Beach, Queens location for our happy hour menu. This show inspired us to start doing this dish at our restaurant. So we're super excited for people to come in and try it. Ours starts with this beautiful wet rub. Now, traditional is probably more of like Italian seasonings and whatnot, but in this bowl here, we got some plain old yellow mustard and some honey. And what we add to it is some fresh chopped garlic, some black pepper, some oregano, brown sugar, and chili flakes.
Chili flakes. Sorry, give it some heat.
And rosemary, sorry. And we're gonna just mix all that together to make what we call a wet rub, which is in this bowl right here. And this wet rub is beautiful. It's perfect for steaks.
What is this?
That's that beef paste. That also has to go in here. That's that. So it's a beef base, like kind of like better than bouillon or a beef paste. It is beefy broth flavor. Add water to it, but if you do this, it makes
then
a great
it turns
marinade.
out here, yeah.
That's right. So we're gonna take this paste.
Is this something you're doing like the night before?
Yes, you're gonna do all of this the night before. You're gonna let it actually marinate with this on it. You're gonna smear all of this wet rub all over the meat. It's top round or top sirloin or eye round works great. And we're gonna take this, we're gonna roast it in the oven really, really hot at like 450
What is
degrees
the beef?
for a
I
few
go to the
minutes.
butcher and I say, I want to make
You
these
want,
sandwiches.
Like,
what am I
top
asking
round,
for?
Top round or eye round or top
roast of
sirloin.
top
a roast.
round?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. Because you're basically making roast beef. You're making homemade roast beef.
Oh my gosh.
How is it, guys? I know you're eating a sandwich. Just jump
So
right
hear
in.
all the noises. Yeah,
I love it. You guys are the best.
So good.
So once the meat comes out of the oven nice and roasty, we're gonna make our broth. And what we're basically doing is fortifying a beef broth. Now you can go through the efforts of roasting bones and making it from scratch, or you can just go buy some of that pre-made beef broth that comes in the carton, sweat out some garlic and onions. We're gonna add our roasted beef
What did you
roast.
cook this for? I'm sorry, I missed that part. How long was it cooked?
The onions and
on the meat.
This is gonna get roasted in the oven at hot heat for about 20 minutes to sear it.
Okay.
And then while that's searing, we're making our broth so
got
that
it. So
the
it's gonna
beef is
continue
going
to
to
cook in the
finish
beef.
cooking into that. So to that garlic and onions we're sweating out, we're adding more of that beef paste is going to fortify that broth. Some Italian seasonings. This is the trick. You're going to get all that Italian seasonings flavor. It's parsley, it's rosemary, it's thyme, it's chili flake, it's garlic. And then we're going to put it to the broth in so it covers up halfway. And you're going to put it back in the oven and let this cook for about another hour or so until the internal temperature gets to around 130, which is like medium to medium rare-esque.
So you're kind of like braising it.
Yeah, it's like half roast, half braised. It's just a slow cooking that's going to keep that meat nice and juicy. So when you cool it down, the next day after it's finished cooking,
at it.
I love to see it. Completely.
Finally,
guys. You guys are the best.
When you cut it, Matt, is this like a grain situation again?
Yes,
so does
you
it
want
matter,
to always, whenever you're cutting any kind of meat, you want to cut it against the grain for tenderness. But what you basically want to do is get this as thin as you possibly can. Most people do this on a deli slicer in restaurants, so you can get it super, super thin. You don't need perfect slices; you just need it thin.
You should
so
do this,
if
Al.
you
Matt,
ever,
do you make this, Al, at home?
No, but I'm going.
I mean,
So if you ever wanted to make it at home and you want to kind of cheat, like don't tell anybody, but you can buy like deli roast beef and basically make this broth, and then when the time comes,
Is this the broth
you're gonna
from-
take so this is the same broth when the meat was
That's the
roasted
quiet
in. We're gonna
quitting
take it
way.
out, strain it. We're gonna add our meat back into that broth to get it nice and cooked and hot. And then in this pot over here, we have some of the meat.
Dip it in.
And the biggest thing, guys, with the Italian beef sandwiches, you got to get all that broth in there. And now at the restaurants, they either serve it wet, dipped, or dry. And they usually take the whole bed, they put it into that broth, get it nice and wet, and then they top it with some sweet peppers and some jarred
You need a roll that can handle that.
Yep.
What do you
so
suggest?
There's a famous bakery in Chicago, I believe it's called Toronto Bakery, and it's kind of like an in-between French bread, Italian bread. It's nice and crusty and hearty that can hold up to the juiciness of it. But literally, when you're eating this sandwich in Chicago, it's like falling apart because it's so wet from all that broth.
Right.
You roll it up nice and tight, and people like eat it with a knife and fork because it's going to fall apart. But
it's so
whatever
good.
you want, however you enjoy eating it, broth inside, dip it. But those pickled vegetables, right? They add a nice
pickled
like
vegetables.
brightness to that hearty meat flavor of that sandwich, and the sweetness from the sweet peppers and everything that's in there. It's just like the perfect
How's
sandwich.
your happy hour version of this going?
Amazing. We can't wait for more people to come and check it out and have it from 4 to 7 every day. We're doing a happy hour with this sandwich being one of the featured items on it. So we look forward to
And you
people coming
recommend the
in.
show, The Bear.
It was so good. Jeremy Allen White, the main actor, did such a great job. There's so many, like a fine dining chef, my days at Del Posto, leaving that to do a barbecue restaurant. There's so many like true to form correlations between that show and my life.
Abdu, huge friend of the show. He's also the owner of Pig Beach Restaurant in Brooklyn and Queens, New York, and author of the new Pig Beach Barbecue Cookbook that comes out today.
My friend, good to see you.
Great to see you.
All
Thank you for having me.
So you're doing the backyard staple, a barbecue,
that's right,
a burger.
Pig Beach barbecue burger.
And it starts with
the sauce. So the first thing we need is a little bit of mayonnaise. Al, you want to help me out here?
Sure, you bet.
All right, in our bowl we have a little mayonnaise.
Okay.
Pig Beach barbecue mustard sauce, which is what gives us that sort of like unique flavor to it all.
Okay.
Some ketchup, chopped pickles, and a little bit of our all-purpose barbecue seasoning. So these chopped pickles are also the pickles that we're going to be putting on the burger that we've done ourselves.
So delicious.
Yes, and we make them. They're amazing. They're light, crisp, bright, vibrant, just amazing.
Okay, what was the last thing you just put in there?
A little bit of all-purpose barbecue seasoning. We put it on our ribs. We put it on our pork shoulders. We put it basically on everything. It's going to be on that corn that's going to be down at the end of the table pretty soon. All right, so now we got a burger sauce made. You're going to put that in a non-reactive container, put it in your fridge. It'll hold for about 2 weeks, no problem. Pull it out whenever you want to dip a burger, hot dog, anything you want into it. It's delicious.
Okay. That's the secret sauce.
That's the secret sauce.
That's the secret sauce.
Not so secret.
All right, so next we got to cook up our burgers. I love using a blend that's like brisket and short rib, chuck, but whatever you can find, cook it up. It's delicious. Then we're going to season it with a little bit of my pepper. It's a little bit of salt, pepper, and a little accent. That accent helps give like a nice umami flavor to that burger.
Basically like an MSG.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which gets a bad rap.
It gets a bad rap. And, I mean, it's a little bit is delicious and goes a long way and won't do any harm to you.
Salt your burgers.
You
right?
season everything. You always got to season them first because that's going to get all that flavor out of the meat. We're going to go out of our grill, nice and hot heat, get it cooking. I like to cook my burgers still, about a medium, but whatever you want to cook them to, they're going to take probably around 5 to 8 minutes, depending upon the thickness of the patty that you're using.
Okay.
When they get finally cooked, you're going to the last couple of minutes, you're going to put a piece of cheese on it and melt them down.
What kind of cheese do you like?
I'm an American cheese guy on my burger. It melts perfectly. It's the best cheese out there for a burger, in my humble opinion.
A big mistake people make, pressing down the burger.
Don't ever press. Don't ever press down the burger because you're going to squeeze out all those natural juices and flavors.
Because you want to feel like you're doing something.
I know, but don't, because it also flares up the grill and you're going to get really bad smoke flavor on the meat. We love smoke, just not that kind of smoke flavor.
And then final?
Next, let it rest on the tray. Let those juices just kind of naturally come out so they don't soak out your bun. And then we're going to put our burger together, a little bit of that secret sauce on the bottom bun.
And these pickles are... Are you eating it already?
We're going to put some of our cured quick pickles on top of the burger.
The potato bun, right?
I love the potato bun. For me, that's the perfect soft, sweet, squishy
Everything you've
burger
bun
out
is
there.
my favorite burger.
That's all we want it to be. Top it off and dive on in and enjoy it.
Your corn, the
Mexican street corn. Well, while we're getting to Mexican street corn, a huge shout out to my co-author and friend, Super Chef Shane McBride. Amazing. Thank you. He's the best. So he co-wrote this book with me, and I couldn't have done it without him. And also the famous Katie Stilo.
Katie!
Somewhere in the back over there. Her and Anthony Contrino had great. They helped us style the food for the pictures of the book. So a huge shout out to them. Ken Goodman, Judy Choate, all the people that helped us write this book. So Mexican street corn. In this bowl over here, while you guys are manjing, I'm going to put some sour cream to some mayonnaise.
This is so good. This burger is
It's
everything
simple,
I
but
love
it's
about a
everything you
burger.
want. A little bit of chopped cilantro, some chopped garlic, and then we're going to add some lime juice. This is the simplest thing in the world, but this sauce on corn, I promise you, is like the most delicious thing in the world. And it's my favorite way of eating corn in the summertime. Grill it off, get a nice char, good flavor. And then after it comes off the grill, we're just going to take it. That's okay. We're going to take it, brush it with some of this delicious sauce we made with that mayonnaise and that sour cream. Finish it off.
So why are you making noises? You cook it right on the grill. You don't.
So is it that good? Wait, Craig is making noises. I'm like, okay, let me try it.
What is in that?
What noise just came out of your body?
Sauce that we just made with the sour cream, the mayonnaise, the garlic,
and
then there's
the
some cheese on it,
cilantro,
right?
and some lime juice. And then there's some cotija cheese that we'll top it off with.
Oh my God.
And then finish it again with a little bit of that all-purpose barbecue seasoning on top. And there you have some great. It's my favorite way of eating corn. Cook it the whole way on the grill. Take those husks, pull them back like that. It makes a beautiful display for your friends, family, and loved ones.
Abdu, ladies and gentlemen, you're the man.
That's proprietary.
Oh,
That's proprietary, isn't it?
No, the recipe's in the cookbook. Go get your cookbook anywhere.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that, gentlemen? Can you guys hear that? That's the sound of a game of brewing right here on NBC tonight. Season opener, Buffalo Bills taking on the reigning Super Bowl champs, the LA Rams. So we've got Chef Matt Abdu here. He hails from upstate New York, so he's going to rep Buffalo. Also, of course, Matt's the executive chef and owner of Pig Beach, locations here in New York City and West Palm Beach. And we've got Darrell Smith. Darrell resides in Los Angeles, home of the Rams, also a former NFL player himself. He is the host of the Mad Good Food on Tastemade. Mad Good Food on Tastemade. Gentlemen, great to have both of you with us. Thank you so much. I was just in Buffalo a few weeks ago, so I know Bills fans are stoked. They think this is their year.
It's game time.
It's game time indeed. What are we making here, Matt?
Chicken riggies, Craig. Chicken riggies, one of the most quintessential iconic dishes from upstate New York. Riggies being short for rigatoni. And it's this delicious, spicy chicken pasta dish that we're going to get right to it. So,
is this beer also from Buffalo?
I don't know where that beer's from, but it looks delicious, cold and refreshing. So in our little calendar here, a nice little fun trick, we have some chicken thighs. We're switching up from the traditional chicken breasts. Some chicken thighs, we're dredging it with some flour, hitting it with a little bit of salt and pepper, and this cool little trick, you can shake it out with a colander to get all that extra flour off of it without it being nice and clean, and then we're going to brown off our chicken thighs. That oil's nice and hot. Once they're all brown, we're going to take the chicken out.
Okay.
In that same pot, we have some onions and garlic that have been sweated down with a little bit of olive oil. The next step, we're going to deglaze with a little bit of white wine.
All right.
Any white wine will do, but I love a good Chardonnay for this dish. Then we're going to add some tomato sauce, some mushrooms, diced tomatoes, roasted red peppers, and we're going to let all this stuff cook down for about 15, 20 minutes or so until you get to this delicious concoction right here.
That turns into this.
That turns into this. Then we're going to finish it. We're going to put our chicken back in.
Okay.
We're going to hit it with some heavy cream to make that beautiful sort of pink sauce out of this dish. Some chopped cherry peppers. This is where that vinegar heat comes into play and really just kind of wakes this entire dish up. Makes it super delicious. Can't have this pasta without a little bit of butter. And that's just all going to simmer down.
Good,
we're going to finish it with the cooked rigatoni pasta. Just cook it as normal as the box would say. And you're ready to go. Chicken riggies, my upstate New York family. There it is.
Chicken riggies. Got a prediction for the Bills this year?
I think they're going to do great. I'm very excited to see what they do.
All right. So there's the chicken riggie from Buffalo. What do we have from LA?
Good luck to you. Well, I'm representing LA, but I am from Philly. I just had to say that beforehand. So
I was going to ask you about that.
It's a nice ensemble, right? So we're going to represent both sides. So we have a Filipino Mexicali lumpia. Because LA doesn't really have a food, and so I'm taking Philly with me and mixing it with lumpia, which is all over LA.
I like what you
did. If you don't know what lumpia is, it is basically a Filipino egg roll, right? And so we got some steak here that we've basically sliced. And so to do this,
what kind of steak are you using? Does
so
it
this
matter?
we got a ribeye, right?
Okay.
And you want to freeze this a little bit so it's easier to slice. So watch this. Watch how easy this is. When you freeze it, you can get it super thin.
So that's a pro tip you just dropped there. Freeze the steak first, easier to slice.
Easy, right?
Okay.
And then if you want, you can go to the store, and sometimes you can get these from like an Asian market, and it's already sliced for you. So we're gonna move over here, and we've got our steak that we've thinly sliced. We're gonna add a little bit of my seasoning mix with some seasoning. We got some chili powder. We got some
What kind of seasoning? Wait, is that proprietary? Or?
In Philly, we like to use a little bit of seasoning. That's why our cheesesteak tastes so good.
Okay.
And so this is the proprietary mix. We got some chili powder, we got some paprika, we got some brown sugar, cinnamon.
You're not telling me everything that's
not
in
all
there.
the stuff, because
Of course.
then I would have to.
You have to
exactly.
Okay.
So we got this. We got a little bit of onion. We got some green pepper. And for this step, you really want to activate those glutes in that lower back.
Okay.
And you want to get both sides.
Oh, in the cast iron skillet.
Right?
Okay, I didn't see that coming.
There we go. And we just mix these together, right? Boom. Add our cheese to this.
All in the pan.
All in the pan.
Okay.
Why not? And all we want to do is make sure this is just mixed all together.
Okay.
Next, we move on to this step, and this turns into this. It's already frozen a little bit or peeled off because we want to put these into our rolls.
All right.
And I'll have you help me. So we're just
what do we
gonna
have here?
take
Just
a little
egg
bit of-
wash?
Don't do that yet.
Don't do
We're
that
gonna
yet.
put this right at the bottom, layered across. Right? And you ain't got to put too much. Like, let me see.
Is that
There
enough?
we go. That's good enough,
Okay.
right? And now we
Thanks
just
for your
take
help,
this.
Matt.
I got you.
I appreciate
No
you.
I and T, Matt.
And now, once you do this, we're gonna roll this piece over.
Okay.
And fold it into itself. So just like this, you're gonna roll it like a rug.
Roll it like a rug.
Bring it back,
man.
and then we come all the way up.
Oh.
And now we take that egg wash.
This is elaborate.
Right across the top.
Right across the top. So roll it.
And make it nice and sticky icky.
It's sticky icky.
Sticky icky.
Sticky icky.
Just like that. And so once we got this, we'll take these. You could cut these in half if you like. And we just drop these bad boys right into our oil.
So you cut them in half first?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you want, you can freeze them. You can take them out. You can cook them right out of the freezer.
Okay.
These we've frozen a little bit just because we want them to be nice and stiff and to keep that shape. And in the end, once they're nice and crispy,
voila.
Voila.
What kind of oil? S. Jones, come over here.
Take that.
What's the verdict here? Because you're a Philly girl.
I'm like watching with both of these things. They're like cheesesteak spring rolls.
Yeah, exactly.
They are so good. And you can make it's easy to make at home. Isn't that delightful?
You gotta try one
And you
of these.
know,
I
Matt,
certainly plan
I'm
to.
literally walking around with both bowls.
Matt, thank you.
Barbecue master and owner of Pig Beach Restaurants, both in Brooklyn and Queens, Matt Abadou. And if you want today's recipe, if you want to do this, we made it very easy. You can scan the QR code to order the ingredients in just one click. Then you select add ingredients to the cart, then schedule a pickup or delivery. It's very easy, so play along at home if you want to eat. Matt, it's good to see you, bud. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's talk about the cookbook, because finally
Yes,
the book is
the
out.
book
Pig
is
Beach
here.
Barbecue Cookbook.
That's right. Exciting.
When I think of barbecue, I really do think of Uncle Al, because we
Well, there's nobody better,
exchange
right?
barbecue
That's right.
ideas and tips all the time. Didn't you write a blurb in Matt's book?
I did.
He sure did.
I did.
What do you love about the cookbook?
It's simple. You know, everything is really accessible. You can imagine making this stuff.
Exactly, and that's what we really wanted to do. We wanted to make a book that everybody could enjoy, that everybody could cook, from the barbecue, like hobbyist, to the professional barbecue guy learning to make some extra flavors, something fun and different.
What advice do you have for people who want it, like newbies in the barbecue world? What's your
I think
advice?
the best advice I can give any newbie in the barbecue world is to get yourself a digital instant thermometer. It's probably one of the best ways you can tell when anything is cooked, ready to be wrapped, or ready to be finished. So with that tool, you can really have a lot of success in the barbecue game.
Perfect. I teased a second by saying you were going to find some meats that are a little less expensive to use.
Yep.
What do we got today?
So today we got a little tri-tip action for you. It's a cut of sirloin from the bottom part of the sirloin. And what I love about tri-tip is it's got so much incredible flavor to it, and it's got a texture that's something similar to like a flank steak or so once you slice it nice and thin.
All right.
And grill up. It also takes on great flavor. So
what do you start with here?
Our tri-tip recipe is super simple. We're starting off with a piece of tri-tip that you can see here, called tri-tip because it looks like a triangle. It's got like a triangular sort of shape to it. But for our rub, we're gonna do something super simple. Some ground black pepper, some paprika, granulated garlic, and a little bit of dried rosemary. Now we're gonna mix this all together, and this can go in your pantry into a food-safe container, save it up there for probably up to 6 months in your pantry, and use it when needed.
Can you use that same rub on other cuts of meat?
Absolutely, you can use it on any kind of steak, chicken, poultry, pork. It's delicious. It's just a really simple all-purpose rub. So then we're gonna take our tri-tip, we're gonna hit with a little bit of olive oil, whatever you have in your pantry, and then we're gonna generously season it with this tri-tip rub, or really all-purpose kind of rub seasoning.
On both sides, right?
On both sides.
That's right.
On both sides. See, look, I love
Savannah
it.
knows now.
She's got a cooking show.
That's right. You gonna eat both sides?
So from
Season
here,
both
if you
sides.
have a smoker, this is the point where we're gonna fire up our smoker to 250 degrees. I like to use cherry wood, but whatever kind of wood and whatever that sort of smoke flavor you like, by all means, have some fun with it.
And do you have to smoke it? Can
You
still-
don't. That's the great thing about the steak is you don't have to smoke it at all if you don't want to. It just adds that element of like that barbecue smoky flair and flavor to it, which really kind of makes that steak different and shine a little bit more. But you could also just take it and cook it completely on the grill if you want.
And you would do that at 252? There's a slow...
No, on the grill. So whenever we set up a grill, I love to do what's called zone cooking, where I'll have one side set to really hot heat for charring and marking, and then another side set to sort of medium. To
cook that center.
Exactly, to get that nice and low center cooked so you get a perfect eye. So
inside, Matt.
if you wanted to do it inside, you could absolutely take it and just roast it off in your oven. No problem. Like, that's the great thing about cooking is that everyone has a version of a recipe of what they can do, but the great thing is that as long as you're cooking it in that digital instant read thermometer you have, you're cooking it to the right temperature, you're gonna have a delicious cut of meat cooked perfectly every time.
This medium rare? What do you pull this at?
So for medium rare,
140 or-
no, for medium rare, I'll pull it around 135 and let
Knowing
it sort
it's
of
gonna still go up to
exactly. It's going to
140.
carry you over.
That's
cooked.
why all right, we got about a minute and a half.
All right, so we're going to
let's
go quick.
keep
So
going.
in here we have our steak. It's been smoked to about 100 degrees. We're going to let it rest. Then we're going to mark it off on that grill. Get those beautiful char marks that are happening. And then for me, the perfect condiment to summertime meat is a chimichurri sauce. Literally translating into sort of hodgepodge.
And skirt a lot.
Oh yeah, it's the best. So we're just going to take some parsley and chop it up. We're going to add it to our mixing bowl. We have some mint, some more parsley.
I add cilantro with that too sometimes.
Absolutely, cilantro is great to it as well. We can add some shallots, garlic, chili flake, oregano. Put that all in the bowl. Red wine vinegar, lemon juice, olive oil. We'll mix that all together. Zest it with a little bit of lemon, and you have
so
the perfect.
good fresh, too.
Oh my God, it's the best thing ever.
And
then
then
we're
the
just going to take
slicing.
the steak. And what I love about
You got a minute.
tri-tip
You're
is
good.
that the backside, for those of the people that would like the steak a little bit more cooked, just by the nature of the steak, that's my boy right there.
That's a happy plate.
Love it.
That
is a happy plate.
What's going on here at home?
That's fantastic.
Are you not eating?
So the great thing about tri-tip is that since it's tapered off at the end, for the guests that are joining us and want their steak cooked a little bit more, they can have those sort of medium well pieces. And the people that want something a little bit more on the medium rare side, you go right to the middle and you get those beautiful pieces cut right there. Top it off with that bright, fresh, vibrant chimichurri sauce.
What do you think?
And it's just
delicious.
steak. It's perfect.
You can
right?
put chimichurri on chicken too.
It's fatty.
Yep. It's got a great, clean, meaty flavor to it. That chimichurri, just get it, Craig. I love it. I love it.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played.
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, you gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving? Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
We are dishing up an easy and cheesy meal. Check it out. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Quesadilla.
Quesadillas. Do you love quesadillas? Yum, yum, yum. Tonight's quesadillas, we're gonna have some peppers, onions. I had some leftover mushrooms. We've got carrots, zucchini. I happen to be making it with ground turkey tonight. It's literally just quesadillas, whatever you wanna put in it is fine. Ready to get started?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why do you like quesadillas?
Because we can have cheese in them.
Is it just a means of eating cheese?
Yeah.
You did pretty good. That's perfect. Here, let's cut up some zucchini and we'll try it again. I'll give you some strips to cut, okay? Yeah, what's your favorite food?
Fried rice.
Fried rice.
Maybe we'll make fried rice one day. What do you think? While you do that, I'm going to peel the carrot, okay?
Who picks mushrooms?
Farmers.
Oh, for us?
Mm-hmm. So you like mushrooms?
Of course I do.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice. Slice them up nice and thin like this. Guess what time it is?
Huh?
It's onion time. So I'm gonna do this onion real quick, okay? See you later. Oh, that's a gross onion.
What's in that gross onion?
Look at that. All right, no onion.
Can I see Mama?
Let me get you a taller ladder. Yeah.
With your ladder, okay? That's not loud.
I know, it wasn't that hot. Let's add a little salt and pepper. It's turkey.
Oh.
We're gonna use this instead of beef tonight because we had beef last night.
Did someone catch that turkey?
I think they caught the turkey, yeah. This on top.
Oh, that's not mine.
What do you think?
Yummy.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. Messy.
Leg.com/food.
There you go.
So I'm not really hiding veggies because obviously he was chopping them all for me. But you know, he normally would like a cheese quesadilla, but you throw in the veggies and he eats it. Yeah.
He's getting so big. I feel like behind the scenes, I'm telling Dylan, I'm like, oh my goodness, he's getting so big.
He's picking up skills now.
Yeah.
That's right. He's got skills.
I know.
Knife skills.
He's going to make you something now. This time we are making a dish that's been a hit in my family for years. Enchiladas with a twist. Watch this. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Enchilada food.
Enchilada food. All right, so this is your Aunt Jenny's recipe. She showed me this recipe when she first started dating Uncle Maytag. This is a really interesting recipe. I love it. We've got leftover chicken, some baked beans, green chilies, and we're gonna do some olives. Yeah, there you go.
Is this not the best kind of thing?
There we go. Slice, slice.
Help me with this slice.
So let's set these aside and add these to our assembly line.
What's an assembly line?
An assembly line is how we set up all our ingredients so that we can make our enchiladas.
Oh.
I'm gonna do a tortilla.
Yay.
Okay.
2 tortillas, why?
Because we're gonna fill up this baking dish.
And we have way more over there, right?
Yes, we do.
Can I sprinkle it like
So-
you sprinkle it?
Yep, I'm gonna sprinkle the chicken. So we're gonna take a cream cheese. I'm gonna take one too. I'm gonna kind of break it in half a little.
Huh.
Well, then we're just gonna layer it on top of the chicken. I'm gonna take a spoonful of yummy baked beans. That's a lot. Just spread it all out.
There's a lick. What is the taste test? Yeah.
Nice, Cal. Okay, we're gonna lift this up. Tuck it under here.
Kind of like a taco.
Yeah, like a taco.
I always do it like that.
Then we're gonna, but we don't have to fold the ends in, okay?
Good, that's how I always do it.
Right into here. Tuck this under here. Okay, now roll it. Nice chop. And we'll transfer into here. I think we would fit like 4 more in here, right? Now, what do we need to put on top of enchiladas?
Sauce?
Enchilada sauce.
I'm gonna put a hole in here, okay? Now, we're gonna pour this over here. What? Why isn't it coming out fast? Now watch what happens, okay? Ready? Whoa. Now everything in this is pretty cooked, so we just need it till it gets like a little crispy on the edges, nice and warm through. Okay, ready, Cal?
Yeah. Let's go.
Do you like it? It's yummy, right? It's so different. And you just watch a video more. Head to today.com/foodie.
All right, so I know people at home are watching this like, that is a weird
You can tell people what I said.
What do you think?
It makes sense. Yeah, look, the cream cheese replaces like regular cheese. You got the dairy, the creaminess. You'd put sour cream on or something
The
like
sweetness from the beans.
That's so it's all good.
So Al was pleasant. I was like, Dylan, this looks nasty. This is so good.
Very good.
No, I love it. And I know you'd be honest.
I would be honest. This is like, I would want to make this like tonight, right?
Yeah.
And it was pretty easy, right?
Bob, if you eat these though,
I know. So good.
by the end of the evening, it's going to be interesting.
Ah, that's funny. Can you just use like a rotisserie chicken?
I actually did just use rotisserie chicken.
Oh.
And then everything else is in a can. So
Perfect.
Really good, Dylan.
Jenny, thank you for that recipe from like 25 years ago.
This is really good.
I want to hear more about Maytag.
That's my brother.
Oh.
It's time for Cooking with Cal, and this time my little chef and I whipped up chicken parm with one secret ingredient.
Ooh. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Chicken parm.
Chicken parm, yummy. First, we're gonna prep the chicken, okay? What I need you to do is take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here. So let's make our breading. Here's the secret. What are these?
Crackers.
We're gonna use saltines. So before I put the crackers in the food processor, I want to use a little bit of Parmesan cheese. I'm gonna put in the breading. Pulse it. I should probably plug it in, huh? All right, put all these in there. I'm gonna sprinkle in some garlic powder. I'm gonna add a little bit of Italian seasoning. Let's put a little in, okay? Yeah, use too much. This is just seasonings and just a little extra salt, but we don't need much salt because of the saltines. Yeah, what do you think? You can taste it. Taste it again and tell me all the flavors you taste.
Cheese, garlic.
What else?
Seasoning.
Okay. Okay. Wow, good job. What are you doing to it?
Scrambling it.
Some garlic. Some pepper.
And what's this for?
This helps the breading stick on. All right, last one. We're going to fry up our chicken cutlets. Come on over here. Let's put them on like medium low. Oh, I thought you were eating a chicken. How's the cheese? Good.
Sometimes I go slow look.
You're getting there, yeah.
We're working busy.
We're working really busy. Okay, so let's put this here. We're gonna add deli mozzarella cheese, not fresh mozzarella, because it ends up being too watery. So now we're gonna pop this under the broiler until it's nice and bubbly.
We're done.
Yay! Okay. Should we have one more bite? You love it? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
So there's a restaurant in Mansfield, Massachusetts. It's called Trattoria della Nonna. It's one of my favorites, and Chef Kenny gave me the secret of the saltines, and it's a game changer.
That's right. Well, you know, it's funny because Martha Stewart, in one of her books, talked about using it for crab cakes. And so then I started using meatloaf. You and Brian liked the saltine and the chicken parm for dating, when you were dating, right? Wasn't that?
I did tell everybody that when Brian and I first started dating, that's all he would ever order at a restaurant was chicken parm. Like, we'd be at like a nice fancy Italian restaurant, and he'd be ordering chicken parm.
You're married to a 12-year-old.
I was. Well,
Wait.
he was young. He wasn't 12. He was.
Pull up!
It's time for Cooking with Cal. We're making a family favorite, chicken piccata. It brings back some great memories because I've been making this for Calvin for a very long time. Watch. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Chicken piccata.
Chicken piccata. Back when you were 3 years old, okay, we used to record these videos where you would tell people what you were eating. And this was one of my favorites from back then. Hey, Cal, what's for dinner?
Chicken piccata.
What is that?
Lulu, carrots, and chicken. Capers.
Is there garlic in there?
Yeah, but I take them all off.
So now we're gonna tell people how to make the recipe.
Yeah.
Okay? All right, first things first, we're gonna season up the flour that we're gonna dip our chicken in, okay?
Mommy,
What?
can I put this in?
Now we're gonna use granulated garlic. Sprinkle a whole bunch of this. We wanna season this up nice, right? Because this is just boring flour. Put a lot of salt in here.
How much salt?
About that much. Not too much pepper. Ooh.
Oh, that's a lot.
It's okay. Okay, stir this gently.
Is that garlic powder again?
Pepper.
Again. I'll take the fork.
I'll put this in.
Yes.
And now swoosh the flour over.
I'll bury you so you can't get out. So don't do that. Scoop!
We're gonna cook that in a second, but before we do that.
Garlic?
Yes.
Yeah!
Good job. Let's do the lemon first, okay?
Hiya.
It's okay. We just don't want the juice, we just want the capers. Wow, this is gonna take a long time. 5 capers.
Do I have to do all of them?
I want like half the jar.
Aww.
Now we're gonna cook the chicken, okay? We're gonna do a couple good glugs of olive oil here.
Wow. I like that. It's not splashing.
Oh, it's gonna like pop. All right, so our chicken's all cooked. We're gonna add a little bit more olive oil. So let's do this first. Burn it.
But I can't have one. I can't have sauce. Why lemon juice?
Because it adds a nice little tang. Now you can add your chicken broth. I'm not gonna do it all though. Okay. This pasta water is always good in sauces. All right, final touch. Butter.
Now can I go?
Give them a flip. No, now we're gonna taste it. You ready?
This is a really tasty dinner. That's a tasty dinner.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
That's a tasty dinner.
Oh, so adorable.
He still has the same catchphrase.
Such a little tasty dinner.
That's a tasty.
So
This
I
is
realized,
yummy.
Thank you. I realized when I posted this 2 or 3 years ago, that I never gave the recipe for it. So now we finally got to make it together.
This is really good. Honestly, I really love the noodles.
Well, thank you.
Like the flavor.
It's the sauce, it's the lemon, everything.
Way to go, Cal.
Yummy.
Well,
This is
thanks,
a win.
guys. And thanks, Katie, for recreating our meal. Go-to weeknight meals. It's so easy, it's so quick. We call it green noodles. Okay. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal with special guest, Ollie. What are we making today?
Green noodles.
Green noodles. And the thing that's so awesome about green noodles, it literally takes 10 minutes to make. It's a perfect weeknight meal. It's a perfect meal when you guys are busy, right, with after school things. And we love to make this one at the house. So, first things first, you know what these are?
Nuts?
Yes, do you know what kind of nut? These are
butterfly nuts.
They look like butterfly nuts. We're gonna toast it, and I'm gonna show you how the taste is gonna change. Let's go toast these up.
One by one?
No, the whole thing. All right.
Mommy, are we having green noodles for dinner?
All right, well, those are toasting. Let's get our garlic ready.
Okay.
Remember how to smash garlic?
The garlic hurt your eyes. They're gonna cut your finger off.
I'm not gonna cut my finger off. Be very careful. Okay, perfect. Now we're gonna saute that up just like that, okay? Okay, just gonna saute these up a little bit, okay? So once our garlic is sauteed, I'm gonna put that little bit of oil and these garlics right into the blender, okay?
So in the time it takes the noodles to cook, we're gonna be done with our sauce, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. I want you to cut a couple nice big chunks. This is pecorino. It was easy. This is pecorino romano. All right, Ollie, you wanna put the chunks in the blender? However you want. Not on you, in the blender, silly.
Can I throw this one in?
Yeah! Nice. Good job.
The rest.
All right, let's just add a little salt.
Oh, so now
A little pepper.
Can I do?
Yep. I think we're running low on pepper, so go for it. Okay, that's good. We're gonna use the whole thing, but let's put a whole bunch in to start.
Well, this is tall.
Okay, let's leave that.
This
Ready?
is the best olive oil.
This is from Italy.
Oh.
Okay. That's how we make green noodles. So smooth and so yummy and green.
It's so green.
It's so green. Pretty, right? All right, should we get a fork and try it?
Yeah. Are we done?
That's it. How easy was that? Should we try?
Is it hot?
It's hot.
Mmm.
You love it? Mm. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/
Boom.
His mouth is full. This is a fun.
Terrific.
This might be one of my favorites of all time.
Like, it makes me so happy
You
that
see all
guys
three
like
of us
it.
were like,
I know.
Oh, it's great.
This is great because it was
Really
literally
good.
something I made. My kids don't like regular pesto; it's strong.
Yeah.
But this is just stuff we had in the house, so we threw it in a blender. So
Terrific.
there you go.
I love to see Ollie involved too. Way to go, Ollie.
Ollie was a little grumpy that day,
Oh.
so
Okay.
Ollie had we had to. He's
a little cutie.
Ollie.
He's like talent. He's like real talent.
Just like me. We are whipping up a Sicilian staple that will feed the whole family twice. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Pizza.
No, it's called scacciata.
Scacciata.
It's kind of like a meat pie. Normally, it's the perfect thing to have on football Sunday, and I don't add all these vegetables, but since we're gonna eat this for dinner, we're making a little bit healthier. Just a little bit, okay?
Just like one bit.
Your favorite. No, remember we have a trick. Look, we're gonna put a wet paper towel. Done. I'm ready to peel the carrots. Good job. Okay. Zucchini time, zucchini time.
No, that was easy.
Cool.
cut as close to the edge as you can. All right, now let's do the garlic. So we're gonna cook this cow on a nice low heat because we don't want it to get crispy. We want it to get nice and soft. So we're going to use two types of cheeses. We've got Pecorino Romano and we've got provolone. So instead of grating this, we're going to cut it super small and then it's all going to melt nice in the oven. Right now, since the veggies are nice and soft, we're going to add the pork. We're adding 3 pounds of pork. It sounds like a lot, but this is actually one of those recipes that if you just make all of this, you can freeze half of it. So the next time you make it, you just have to buy the pizza dough and the filling's already made.
Are we like making real pizza?
Well, we're making scacciata.
Scacciata.
Say it like real Italian, like
Scacciata.
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 Rub all that oil in.
With what?
With your hands.
Is this how you really do it?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can I taste it?
It's all oil.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
I dropped the cow. No!
Okay, now I'm just gonna drain some of this liquid and add the rest of the ingredients.
I'm not doing anything else. Oh, all of it? Like all until the top?
All right, can you dump that cheese in here? Perfect. Just like it. All right, so I'm gonna spread this all over. Not all the way to the edge, because we're gonna roll up the edge, okay? I'm gonna take the top dough.
It's mine.
Ooh, a thumbs up. I love it. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/Yay, remembered.
Oh, that's so cute.
A cameo.
He's getting ready. He's been expressing interest in cooking more. You know, I made brownies the other day. He wanted to stir it. And, you know,
co-stars.
I know.
First of all, the recipe looks yummy. And there are a lot of people like me who are like, Cal's getting so big. Like his conversation.
You haven't seen him in a few months. And
wow.
He's legit now. But this is like one of those recipes where you can hide the vegetables for the kids. And it's like pizza, but you don't feel so.
You feel good about it.
So,
There you go. I'm a morning person. I love the morning, and I love sharing that joy with our audience. You make a choice to spend time with us, and that's very special.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
So since Calvin was a baby, I've always loved the idea of making homemade baby food. So in my search for recipes online, I came across this Instagram feed, Baby Foodie, and it's run by a fellow mom, Michelle Olivier. And Michelle uses the